Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to some more Contenders trials. We've got quite the series coming up very, very shortly. We've got Rebrand in progress versus another multiverse. Ocean, these are two teams that have, for lack of a better phrase, struggled to get into Contenders trials as it's gone on.
Yeah, well, both of these teams have a 0-3 record. Just before we kind of go into the teams, I have to apologize about the delay. So Babel needed an extra 20 minutes for his hair. Yeah, unfortunate. Rebound in progress and another multiverse are both 0-3. Rebound in progress, you maybe expect to be doing a little bit better. However, they've got two of the easier games coming up. They've got Mind Goblin and another multiverse. If they can win both of those, they should sneak their way into that fourth place spot. If another multiverse can somehow cause a shock in in both of their games, they can definitely sneak in as well. But I think the team are really having eyes on today is Rebrand in Progress to see if they can try and clinch that 4th contender spot.
Yeah, well, like you said, it is Rebrand in Progress's game and series to win as we go into this first one here. I know the Multiverse, though, they've got some notable players behind them, right, Ocean? You've got the Holy Pig, who's quite notorious through Open Division and Trials. You've got Chase as well, who is pretty notable on his role. Is there anyone who stands out to you on that team to look out for who might actually upset Rebrand in Progress here?
I think the main one is the Holy Pig. I think last week when we were I was casting this roster last week, I think the only player that really showed up to me was the Holy Pig. I think Chase, Torch, and Chaos are good players. I think Disclosure has some good days as well, but I think one that is going to try and get you wins in Contenders Trials is probably Holy Pig.
Well, our first map is Oasis, and both teams look as though they're almost ready to go. I mean, when we look at the meta as well coming into this, Ocean, just to go over it very quickly, are we seeing this Wrecking Ball Diva make its way over to the EU for anyone who might not have kept up with Contenders Trials in its infancy?
We're seeing it most of the good teams are playing it, right? And then we've also got a couple of OTP teams in here, so it's a little bit messy. So like 001 probably won't be playing it that often. Neither would Avoided, or sorry, not Avoided. Oh yeah. Previously I had some avoided players, but I don't want to go by that banner anymore. Yeah, I don't think either of these teams will play it. I think another Multiverse will mess around and try and play some dive comps, Rebound in Progress. I think they'll maybe play some variations of Brawl and Rush. I think I would quite like them to play Rush. If we do see Sure Cold later on, so I think they might play around with some of those Ball Diva Pro comps, or even just those Ball Diva dive comps or Rush comps.
Yep. Well, both teams are ready to go, so let's not keep you waiting any longer as we do head to Oasis. I'm going to put you on the line, though, Ocean, just as we head in. What's the scoreline for this series going to be in your eyes?
I think it's probably going to be 3-0 to Rebrand in Progress. Another Multiverse to me. I don't know. I don't know. They kind of seem like they memed a lot last week in their game against Oh Yeah. So I don't really think they're really in a great position. I do actually hope they run out with the Holy Pig and Thorn on Farah and Echo. That could be something that's really unique to play against Rebrand in Progress. The reason is, I think Rebrand in Progress are going to stick to a lot of brawl compositions, and I don't think they're as proactive to say maybe get onto the back line, maybe play target players like Disclosure. So they could just spam from afar. They might cause Rebrand in Progress some trouble.
Certainly could, especially when they do get them hunker down on that point. As you can see on Draku, already taking a lot of spam damage by, just like you said, the Echo and the Farah up in the sky. It's going to be so difficult to get out of this small area now, as the high ground's already been taken by Rebranding Progress. The Holy Pig happy on the extremities now to just chunk in the damage, but it is Multiverse who find themselves taking first occupancy, and that's so important.
Yeah, it is, but I feel like a lot of this is spun down to the finish, gonna turn towards another Multiverse.
Yeah, you can see it there, Eli will fall, and the numbers thinning now for the brawl composition. It means the Holy Pig can get a little closer as he pokes some frogs up around the extremities. Deeper feeling the heat there as Pure Irish going to be backing away, and that spreads the brawl composition thin. Gonna be an issue, but it's the Holy Pig who falls. The peel there was beautiful from Eli, actually, to try and score this point out, but actually nets them the kill to the Holy Pig, not to be, though, as Thom unleashes the barrage and good for 2. Eli mops it up, but surely the damage is done now. Cappy, though, doing their best to turn it around despite all odds, and Eli still on the point. The Tracer can be difficult to remove, but surely now that's all that they're good for, as another Multiverse will cap that point.
I think you take that if you're both sides. If you're Rebound in Progress, you get 40% in a pretty difficult matchup for you. Another Multiverse, you only really have to expend the barrage for that team fight, and you're going to I think the best thing is maybe to nano boost Thom earlier and try to build towards that barrage again in a late team fight win. So I think watch out for Thom again in this next team fight.
The good thing is that, again, Thom's on this high ground where it's going to be very difficult for this ball come to get through. Not if the Deadeye connects, though. Kathy taking out Crispy, and it forces the nano out onto the Holy Pig. So just get ready to go with the self-destruct over the top as well. And, well, Multiverse looking pretty darn good now. That self-destruct over the top is a little optimistic from Pure Iris. The Holy Pig and that duplicate Diva form going to be mopping up the kills now. The flip not coming on through, and that is disgusting from the Pig.
Yeah, it turns out they just need a different flying hero. Holy Pink gets the duplicate. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that you duplicate the build that self-destruct so quickly, and potentially even get another one. It's kind of insane how powerful it is to duplicate a diva compared to any other hero. But Holy Pink does it extremely well. Its next team fight, still nothing really for Rebound in Progress, all the Soundfire, but it's going to be really on Eli to watch the magic of this whole.
Yeah, it has to be good. It's just going to be slower. Eli caught out. No disclosure. Going to stop that immediately. And look at the battle horse right in the back lines there. Takes out Cappy. Going to stop that fight dead in its tracks. No way you're pushing that with 80% on the point.
Yeah, and still no additional tools. That fight was so short that they didn't build really up to anything. I mean, maybe if they kind of wait a little bit longer, they'll have an Anubis to try and pressure Jari off the high ground. I think that's going to be the best bet for another try for Rebound Progress.
Yeah, but look, supercharges out, and how does this ball composition deal with that? The defense matrix already expended in its sound barrier to get in on the point. Eli connecting nothing with that pulse bomb and the barrage online for Thom now, gonna loom over them. Finds one, but it's traded back and forth. 4v4 on the point now. The overtime ticking away. Got to stay here. Cappy with the Deadeye. Have to come up with the goods and make it something quite special as the Resurrect comes through onto the Holy Pig. Deadeye just going to be solely catches Chaos and Baby D before the clip. So very nearly comes on through. The Holy Pig with 21 HP takes out Cappy though, and it's just so back and forth now. Jaru battered and bruised, and this looks so very good. The clip comes through, and Eli truly going for the deadlift now, cleaning it up. As the Holy Pig will fall. That flip looked way too close for comfort.
I have to say, it is so weird to see Sobek and Drake go on a roster that isn't with either 4D or 5D. It's been a while. And I actually kind of like the adjustments that Rebound in Progress are making here. The Soldier 76 now, that's a lot more mobile, could try and get away from. The Holy Pig on the Echo, you want the Blur on the Wrecking Bolt does the same thing, and that also nullifies a lot of the spam damage. That means you're not going to be building your ultimates quickly and getting as much spam damage as you were previously. But again, no real
just the Nano Monkey for Multiverse and sight set on the back T-stand. Drake, who's got to drop that Immortality Field, but he's done a good job, Jaru, of zoning the supports away from the main fight, and that means Pure Irish is demeched as a result. Going back on the Tracer to try and make something happen with the Mercy Pocket in tow with the duplicated Holy Pig. It's dangerous here with the Pulse Bomb, just sends it wide, but the pressure coming out means the flip is good as Jaru takes out Pure Irish in that Baby Diva form. Thom now taking out Sobek as well, and Jaru's already 60% with Primal Rage. He's not going to get it as the overtime ticks on down, but Rebound in Progress don't get the touch! Blur was ready to go and almost had that minefield, but couldn't get back there in time.
Yeah, if they do get that touch, there is the potential for it if they do last maybe 10, 15 seconds or so to actually use their ultimates and get a big advantage. They both with their tank ultimates online. I don't believe Cafe was too far away from a tactical visor, which would be quite powerful against what another Multiverse is running. So realistically, that failure to touch the dying embers of that line really actually does kind of matter.
Yeah.
Although I do think another Multiverse we're kind of destined to win that round, other than maybe losing that team fight, you know, or say win that round. Because they were the better team. That first team fight, yeah, they lost 40%, but they only expended one ultimate to win it, and they controlled the rest of the round beautifully. And now it's really up to Rebound in Progress to show us what they got here on University. This map does tailor the ball humps quite well, so they should be favored.
Junkrat Far is interesting from the Multiverse, and I mean, it's a hell of a lot of damage, but the Diva, Pure Irish, surely going to be able to eat up a lot of that spam coming on through, and go is Cappy, in fact, finds the opening pick, draws first blood. Crispy's good for the Resurrect mind. But once again, Rebound in Progress take the first point as it's a much more pokey composition coming out from Multiverse. It's not really working out for them either as Sobek's good for two. The environmental kill onto Jaru, just shy of the second one there. It's going to be a long walk up the short here for Disclosure as he goes back to the spawn doors.
Yeah, I think another Multiverse kind of know that Rebound in Progress is going to favour these Volcans, so they're hard committing this spam composition every single time. And the plan, it's a pretty good plan. The problem is on Oasis University, there's so much cover for everyone on Rebound in Progress to use that it just might not be as effective.
Yeah, you can see the Holy Pig already going back over to Echo. They decided the Junkrat's not to be Signing almost online for Cappy, who did take out Thom early on last fight. You can see how far back he's actually playing from the main brawl of his tanks. Lur's pushed way up, and that Matrix comes out from Andraco, forces the immortality kill to Sobek, who's deep in enemy territory, presumably, to get that done. That does propose an opening, perhaps, and there we go, Thom's in, and with that immortality field expended, it's not going to be any good. Pure Irish, though, takes out Thom and Cappy with the Deadeye, trying to pick of their own. Jarrett's going to do their best to win this, and the peak gets cancelled. Sobek will fall to the focusing beam of the Holy Pig, and there we go, rebrand in progress, stay on top.
And another thing with this compositional matchup is there isn't really that much room for the forward to play around, right? There's maybe around that top right high ground where the forward could play, but when the forward really wants to come in and get kills, there's no real cover in the air for the forward to play around them. That means that it is quite difficult to approach and get those barrages going to be set up.
Yep, well, it's do or die now. The supercharger does come out. The Mabel's going to slow it down from Eli. Has this Blizzard ready to go. It could make this point take very difficult for the multiverse. Rebrand in progress is sitting pretty now. Self-destruct though from Chaos could be big as the shield is down from there! With that barrage over the top, that's 4 kills and the Blizzard expended as well. Multiverse clutch this back. Urish isn't done just yet. He takes Holy Pig with him as he goes to the grave. And Cappy's not going to be long for this world either. Poor HP, who's surely going to be hounded down indeed. But this is still a tall order now from Multiverse.
Yeah, no, the problem is you have to point into this stuff, right? You have to walk and approach. Damage boost and Mercy and Echo that has duplicate available. Baptiste, which is a lot of damage in their own right. Wow, there's the threat of constantly having a Diva Matrix in your face, getting ulted. This is a difficult approach to rebrand.
Noon though catches Crispy, that's enormous. That's such an important kill to open this fight up. Look, there's absolutely no field of disclosure in the back, and Eli on the traces just going for it, snipped out the blood in the water like a shark and goes for the jugular. Indeed does find it. There's the flip comes through, and Disaster may or may not have just struck Holy Pig on the duplicate tracer lands. The pulse bomb that gets taken out of that form, and not nearly enough there is a very hopeful resurrection. Crispy comes on through, the overtime ticks on down. Jaru doesn't get the touch from the boot, but it's disclosure on the Lucio coming on back. Surely not enough, and it's going to take a miracle to flip this back now. Rebrand in progress, tie it 1-1 on Oasis.
Yeah, that map always really favoured rebrand in progress, but I have to wonder, once another multiverse got control, should they maybe be a little bit more proactive, right? Because you kind of have to walk through either the right or left choke to even get in there, and we know how difficult it is to get through chokes against Farah and Echo. And maybe when Cafe used the Deadeye, maybe another alteration they could have made is maybe Holy Pig could have duplicated McCree, maybe tried to get stun off. Because once that Deadeye comes out, your Farah and your Mercy are in trouble. Crispy, of course, got their wings clipped by that. So maybe next time around another multiverse, when they're in that situation, should maybe use their ultimates a little bit more actively, or even play a little bit more actively to try and prevent that sort of Deadeye from happening. But it's on to the next round now, and it looks like we're going to see something a little bit different from Rebrand in Progress, something a little bit more that suits the map. The brawl, definitely not an option here. This map is way too open. You're not going to be able to force any sort of brawls, so something a little bit more dive-based, and I love the Brigitte Zenyatta backline here. As long as Sobek takes good care of Andraco and make sure that Andraco takes good space, those discords can be brutal with Cafe on the tracer.
Yep, just like you said, Pure Irish as the diva is going to have a real tall order with this greedy backline, trying to make sure that they stay alive. And you can see Thom has just taken all the space in the world on that Farah, going to make it so difficult for Eli to get anything done. And yeah, there we go, Cappy will fall. So that's going to make this even harder. The greedy backline of Brigitte Zenyatta paying in dividends at the moment. Beautiful right click coming out from Andraco. Crispy's good for the res though. And it's the Holy Pig on the high ground, in fact, with the aid of the Orisa shield, who's just shooting fish in a barrel. Clean right click to take out Andraco. And once all of a sudden, the fight's been turned on its head as soon as that high ground was taken, Ocean.
Yeah, I kind of have to wonder why Andraco and Sobek were in that fight. It felt like Rebrand and Progress were waiting for them to get into a better position to set up better Discord orbs, etc. But that's not really a great position for Andraco to play, or even be in, right? You saw they were only really able to Discord the Farah, or even the Diva of Chaos. That's all they were really able to Discord, and that's not too beneficial for Cafe or Blur, who's trying to get some pickups, trying to create some momentum, trying to displace. Not great. Not great from Rebound in Progress.
So here comes the touch from Blur. He's got to bring them off that high ground, but the halt might literally halt him in his tracks, and indeed it sends him packing. Cappy, though, battered and bruised, forced to use that recall rather early on, but look at the pressure that's being applied to the Pharah Mercy. All the while, though, Blur's off on his lonesome, didn't get the memo that that was the game plan, gets caught out. Thom finds Andraco and drops the barrage, and it's all said and done at the end of that fight.
Oh, this is so difficult to approach this, right? Because you leave the Pharah alone, you could lose some individualistic duels, but honestly, if you play spread out this far, it might not be a problem. Maybe putting more resources into something like the Holy Pig, or playing against something like Disclosure would be a better idea. So maybe instead of isolating everyone else away from their pharmacy, maybe try and isolate the pharmacy away with Blur, and try to distract the pharmacy, and then maybe go for someone like Disclosure to back up everyone else.
I think Eli's visor has to be massive here, but look how quick everybody ducked out of natural cover there. Thom does fall, though, forced away, and Cappy picks up the pieces. And now it's a nano visor out from the Holy Pig. Cappy, the Resurrect comes on through to Thom, and Eli takes out Chaos. There we go, finally, Rebrand, get a stay hold, and they're going to be able to take this point, but it's going to be 99 more or less to 0.
Whoa, this is not difficult to call, right? Because we know how much easier it is to play in a defensive position rather than trying to attack and take positions, right? It's easier to control space than take space. And now another multiverse, they're kind of forced to take space. I think they're going to stick with this Orisa, right? They're going to try and bunker down with this Supercharger, maybe isolate a target with the Tracer, maybe Andraco, but Andraco is a Transcendent, so that's not really an easy target this next team fight. This could be pretty difficult for another multiverse. This is going to be a longer team fight, and they could be sitting around 60% rebound in progress once this is all said and done.
Yeah, for lack of a better phrase, for another multiverse, this has got to be an eco push. You've got to get ultimates out, but with Chaos going so very low so very early, they might not have even needed to use any of their rebrand in progress. The minefield is used from Blur, though, so that's going to separate the pack a little bit. Multiverse scrambling to get back as a 6 and hunker down as Blur. Oh, in so much trouble there, but he gets away, and the Zenyatta's good for the Harmony Orb. Thom in the back, look at that, pressuring Eli out, and you can see how huddled up Soldier, Mercy, and Zenyatta are on that right-hand side. Won't go out, though, from Multiverse. It's the Pulse Bomb and the Self-Destruct over the top. It's so much to dodge and dip and dive and dodge, and Holy Pig just can't get out of the way of all of it. He's going to go down with no ultimates to speak of here. Multiverse just can't win this fight.
They didn't even get the Transcendence out of Andraco, so that's going to be a little for the next round. They have nothing to work with really until the Amp Matrix, right? And maybe you can get a pick with the Amp Matrix on either Cafe or Eli. But other than that, I don't see any way another multiverse win this team fight. That team fight went on way too long. Rebound in progress, they did 60-70% from that, and they didn't even have to expend their most critical ultimate.
Your only hope here is, like, Holy Pig has switched over to the Genji, so might be able to get a dive onto the Zenyatta, catch him unawares, or Thom, who's nearly got this Pulse Bomb online, but, I mean, some heroics have to come out. A miracle, realistically, has to happen for this to go the way of another multiverse. There's the Amplification Matrix, and you can just see Andraco holding onto that Transcendence for as long as he is allowed to. Pulse Bomb online for Thom, though. You see the pressure that the tanks are under. There's the go button, but Pulse Bomb ready to go from Cappy. It's good. It sticks one and Jaren falls. Thom also going down. The Holy Pig takes out Andraco, but that might be too little too late. This is going to get scrappy, but the rally is online for Crispy. That might elongate this fight long enough for Multiverse to get back into it, but they have to stay on the point as Eli feels the heat. Sobek also right on the point in the thick of it. This might be disastrous as Multiverse's numbers just go completely by the wayside. Holy Pig just remaining on this point now for finishing power. 91% to the blade. We can't get it off. The self-destruct goes off in celebration from Pure Iris. They know they've done it. And there you can see Rebrand in progress take Oasis, but it was closer than we thought.
Yeah, I think, honestly, all the multiverse had a pretty good game plan. I think Rebrand and Progress are going to be more comfortable in those World Cups, so kind of just planning to play Spam is a pretty good plan, right? It's a pretty good baseline for another multiverse to have. They want to play Spam. The problem is, though, that team fight that basically won the match for Rebrand and Progress was kind of on another multiverse, right? They stuck on the Orisa, they didn't really get any changes going. They didn't force any ultimates out that really needed to be forced out, and the fight was 70%, right? They did 70% in that team fight. When you're kind of trying to take the point back in control, you could not afford to have a team fight last that long. They really should have maybe hyper committed on the back line, tried to force out Transcendence and die. And then realistically, they have 2 more fights to try and win the line, try and build something. Maybe they'd have 2 fights on the Genji to try and build Holy Pig's Dragon Blade up, and then you have a real chance of winning. But they were close enough. This series is going to be tighter than I expected, and they will have the map pick the next time.
Yeah, they do have the map pick, and that is something, right? Because you also know that Rebrand in Progress, they like, clearly, to use this Orisa D.Va composition. They're clearly quite comfortable on it. I mean, that's not to say that they're not flexible and able to move over to perhaps a more ball-centric comp or a Reinhardt-based comp, but they've shown their hand that they're very comfortable on this Orisa D.Va composition. We are headed to Route 66, and I'll be honest, you can run those Orisa D.Va comps on Route 66, so what's the thought process here for Multiverse?
I think they want to run some sort of spam, but I think maybe Havana could have been a better option. Maybe, but Havana's really good for brawl as well, so maybe that's why they opted away from that. Yeah, I'd imagine that this is just a choice that they can play spam on. They might not be comfortable in Rialto because I think they lost that last week against Oh Yeah. So I think Route 66 is just kind of the neutral pick. They don't want to play Havana because they feel it might play into Rebrand in Progress's hands, especially after point A. And they don't want to play Rialto because they were bad at it last week. So Route 66 is maybe their only other option.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I suppose on that last point, you can wrap out the Reinhardt as well if you want, and it does halt that cart in its tracks once you've got through the spam stages of first and second. So maybe that's what they're thinking. It's a little... I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting them to take Rebrand into Route 66. That's caught me unawares a little bit. So certainly going to be very interesting as to what they do. Looking at Multiverse, though, the Holy Pig looked really good there. Thom, I thought, looked really good on the Pharah as well. Is there anyone who stood out for you, Ocean?
I think Chaos had a solid game. Yeah, I think Chaos had a solid game. I feel like they're just distributing the resources quite well. I think the DPS were good when the team fights favored them, right? But I don't think they were very good when they had to, put a little bit more hard work into getting stronger positions, right? To get better spam in, or when they were forced to make changes. They didn't really do much in that last team fight either. So when they were kind of on the back foot, their DPS did struggle at times.
Yeah, well, for sure. And you can see Rebrand in Progress here. 1 map up in this first of 3 series. Looking pretty good. Another Multiverse, though, putting up a much harder fight than perhaps you and I thought they were going to. This double shield composition coming up from them wouldn't be at all surprised to see it come straight out the gate as it is. I don't put it past the Holy Pig to play Genji at all here.
Genji, I think we're playing on the patch where Genji now does 29 damage with his shurikens, and that would be...
Huge buff.
Yeah, I actually think that's really underrated because what's Genji's main asset is his ultimate, right? So just a little bit of damage means that Genji builds up his ultimate faster, has better duels against things like Hanzo as well when you have a little bit more poke volume. So honestly, that Genji build to me is pretty good here. I like playing Genji with poke compositions. I think we remember when we had like that Genji meta back in like the
Summer Showdown, I think.
So, yeah, Summer Showdown. Overwatch, you saw Genji with double shield. So I think this has a lot of potential, but a lot of it relies on the Holy Pig building up that Dragon Blade quickly and winning team fights off of that Dragon Blade.
Yep, well, an ode to the Philly fusion. Holy Pig is indeed playing that Genji with the double shield and a backline that's surely going to be more difficult to take out than the last rounds on Oasis for sure. The problem is that Eli is going to be flying around on this Echo for the majority of this, and it's a big open skybox that they've got to utilize now. So a slow, methodical approach from both teams as Blur takes that spam damage here. Caffey just going to see if he can poke and prod and get something done on the Hanzo. Yep, there we go. The Echo going unchecked will take out Disclosure, and there's both supports gone down. Jaru's going to try and get his hands dirty, though, and get on top of Big Earls to get something done. There it goes. It all falls apart, and like I said, that Echo being unchecked there is perhaps a problem that we're going to see throughout Route 66.
Yeah, we might just casually see like a round of who's going to win a team fight. Is it going to be Eli or is it going to be Holy Pig? But Holy Pig's only 43% to that Dragon Blade. They're clearly struggling to build it up. One thing I also want to draw attention to, both teams running Hanzo instead of Ashe. A lot of teams are getting more comfortable with Hanzo. You're seeing a lot more Hanzo in the Overwatch League because that's kind of the replacement pick for Ashe, right? Because there's hero bans, Ashe is not available. And Hanzo is just kind of another alternative to that hero. And a lot of teams are starting to get more comfortable playing this hero, and yeah, both teams running the Hanzo here.
I wouldn't be surprised though if Thom or Holy Pig swapped over to the Soldier. With those recent buffs, we might see that come out later on if indeed Eli proves a problem to deal with. Someone tried to get the jump on him there though as the Holy Pig goes in for the dash. Won't be finishing him off though, and the duplicate onto the Genji of all things. Got the blade ready to go, whips it out right on top of Chaos and dices him into mincemeat. He's 1 HP, so very low, but look at the space that Eli's created there for his team by letting the blade loose. It's incredible what a blading Genji can do. It's just a shame that Echo's Genji's best hero.
Yeah, I did think when we were kind of putting the emphasis on Holy Pig that Eli would win more fights on the Genji while playing Echo, right? Just something that sometimes just happens, right, when you're playing against opposition Echo. But no, another multiverse. This is finally the team fight that is so critical for them. They've got a supercharger, they've got a dragon check, and they've got a dragon blade. Why are the other two ultimates important? Well, they can create space for that dragon blade, or they can set up that dragon blade. And realistically, everything is on Holy Pig once those resources have been put into the fight.
You can see them posturing up, but it's Pure Irish who sets the pace and goes for the kill onto Disclosure immediately there. Taking out the Baptiste is just going to mean that you do not want to take this fight. Another multiverse is going to have to go back to the drawing board and rethink that one, but there's even more ultimates online for them going into this next fight. But this really is a must-win.
Honestly, that's very similar to a team fight we had on Oasis University, where another multiverse, they've got the tools ready to go and win a team fight. However, Rebound in Progress, they put the Deadeye in the other instance on University to get the kill onto the Mercy. This time they put the Gravitic Flux. They are a more proactive team that's helping them a lot in this series so far. Won them University, and it might just let them get a full hold here on Route 66.
It could do, but with nearly 6 ultimates online for another multiverse, if they lose this fight, it would be absolutely disastrous. And you can see the wraparound coming through onto the point, the rally in answer to the supercharger, which is on top of Big Earls. It's going to be very difficult to displace. Now you can just see another multiverse. They're all corralled into the small mega health pack room. Eventually they do find their way out though, and that's expended the supercharger. That's pretty good. Dragon's out now. Thom answers with the amplification matrix, and there's the blade come through. Pure Irish will fall, but the dash reset doesn't come through for the Holy Pig. The blade, the AKM blade, which has taken so long to charge, now gets them absolutely diddly squat. And look at Cappy on this flank. He will get caught out by Thom though, and when we really thought that Holy Pig was going to be the hero of this team, it's been Thom to step up and get the job done. They will get this first point surely now, but my word, was it far more difficult than it should have been. There's all 6 ultimates expended in that one fight, and I mean, in overtime, they're only just through to streets.
Let's be real, right? That should never have to take all 6 ultimates. Right? So number kind of neutral play going, right? But you've lost 4 minutes of your timeline. Only 2.5 minutes to kind of take point B. You've now got to build up to that Dragon Blade again and all of your ultimates again. The closest ultimate online for anyone in this lobby is going to be the Gravitic Flux, but catching out Cafe early is definitely going to help your progress, right? Because that's a lot of the spam damage that Rebound in Progress have eliminated.
Yeah, it's also so much space for the takedown and so back. A wonderful whip shot actually coming up from Crispy. Allows that kill to be cleaned up nice and easy, and they're not done yet. Multiverse has started to turn up the heat a little bit, and they're forcing Rebrand in Progress out of the kitchen. This is disastrous, and all the while they're pushing the cart. Eli, though, takes out Thom, and this has just turned into a complete deathmatch, Ocean.
It has. The Gravitic Flux comes up, and I don't think they can really get much of that. Actually, they might just be pushing them into Eli.
Well, this is difficult, right? The Crab Flux doesn't get you that much, and Eli falls there. It forces the rally from Crispy. So the numbers are now in the favor of the attacking team, as well as Caffey just can't get out of the spawn doors here. He's stuck in this choke with both his tanks, but somebody's got to get on the point, and it's Jaru who falls first. Crab Flux out from Chaos, though, trying to get this done and hold on to it, but someone's got to get onto the cart. It's just so back. They can't do it. Wow, I mean, what a transformation from first to second point.
I'm gonna say that was the worst point B of Route 66 I've ever watched. There was nothing to follow there. I don't know how Cafe died so early. I don't know how Stobeck ended up in that position as well. That was weird. Like, Holy Pig, the main win condition in another multiverse conversation, you just sat on cart the entire time. And speaking of Holy Pig, while sitting on cart is generated up to that Dragon Blade, so that's online with the Dragon Strike as well, and the Supercharger. So 3 ultimates that like to combine together are all available here for another multiverse. They can actually snowball this and capture all 3.
Well, you say that Eli has also got that duplicate, aka their own Genji Blade. The Dragon's good to take out Andraco, but Thom is traded out there. And Matrix on the high ground here, and Blur will fall, so it really is another multiverse ramping up. The duplicate onto the Sigma now for Eli. Got to get a big gravitic flux if they're going to stop this attack in its tracks. And I don't know if he's actually got time. He whips it! Oh, disaster strikes, and Draco dead again there. And it's all falling apart for Rebrand in progress.
Another multiverse, they keep the supercharger, right? That's going to be so pivotal. It's going to enable them to clean up Rebrand in progress that much faster.
Supercharger out early here just to get out, but oh my word! Cappy lunges right into the arrow of Tom there, surely meant for Blur, but luck favors the bold for Tom. And they're going to cap this point not only with time, but with a decent time bank by the looks of it as Eli falls and the grab-fluxing Sigma, Pure Irish, goes down.
Now I have to say that's the weirdest round of 366 I've ever watched, right? Like, how come a 4-minute hold on point B into overtime? Another multiverse, you know, they have no ultimates. How does that turn into a snowball? They snowballed the entirety of the map from point B. And I'm not sure how. At all. I'm very confused.
It's one of those that's very hard to talk about afterwards because everything kind of fell apart for Rebrand as soon as Cafe got caught out. I don't know if he was trying to take high ground for Streets and getting ready, but another multiverse's aggression punished him out there. But it just led to pick after pick after pick. After Cafe died, Sobek went down on the Mercy, and then everyone was just corralled into the spawn doors. And to Multiverse's credit, they took advantage of that space, and they made that retake on Streets nigh on impossible. But then third point as well, it just seemed like Rebrand couldn't get a foothold at all.
Yeah, and the main wicked condition for another multiverse that the Dragon Blade didn't win a team fight. It didn't do anything. But right, it was a poor round for Rebrand in progress, and you have to wonder, one, how did Cafe end up in that back right position, and then why did everyone else then rotate there? Right, because then Sobek got caught in the same position later on, and I don't think there's any advantage to being in that position ever. So it's poor from Rebrand in progress. They're gonna have to fix it up on their attack. Another multiverse, similar composition on their defense. Again, we're watching the Holy Pig. Can they get a couple more teamfights wins with that Dragon Blade? Well, we have to wait and see.
Okay, so Sobek hovered over the Zenyatta there, and I was just going to say Holy Pig's licking his lips looking at that backline, but no, he's really got a tall order against him. But you can see Eli on the Tracer as well. If they're going to get anything done, it's going to be a hard task, because who do you dive? I mean, Holy Pig goes straight for the jugular, takes out Cafe immediately, and that just allows Bales to keep control of this area. Crispy in a little bit of trouble, though, and Pure Irish feels the heat from the reinforcements and is forced away, but that's allowed Eli to get around the back. From spotted him out, though. So Big Earls are still occupied by another multiverse, and the cart's still moving all the way, though. Oh, shit.
Yeah, another multiverse seem really clean on these Resicoms. They ran them a lot in the last round, and they're pretty comfortable here.
Certainly are, as the clash of the DPS into the cart, and realistically, nobody's dying. This is just a complete game of chess at the moment. Holy Pig might have gotten caught out for a moment there as he's halted upwards. And now he's trying to take on Eli again, but in that duel, I would say that Eli's favored on that Tracer. And again, no casualties to speak of, and as I say that, Thom takes out Eli. In fact, it is 2 deaths going the way of Rebrand in progress, but there's still, like, until that point, they were pushing the car.
Yeah, honestly, Eli died at the worst time there, because what was happening is they were trying to buy for position on that high ground on that top left, and finally Rebrand in progress had gotten the better of the Sigma, the Perdita on the top left, and then Eli dies, and they have to backlight immediately give up that space.
Ooh, look at that Hulk Dragon, beautifully done, and Sobek falls. This is looking so good from Multiverse now. They seem to be completely in the driver's seat when this looked like such a shaky map pick for them. Terror does fall, though. That poses a problem, in fact, if these respawns can come back in quickly, and if Eli can do a little bit more damage, this could be difficult.
I don't think this teamfight's really winnable. I mean, maybe if you get this closure, but I think you have to get now Blur's not there. Both teams don't have their main site. But Rebrand in progress, we have to look at what they have available, right? Because otherwise, this will snowball into a pretty bad round for them. They've got a Dragon Strike, they've got a Supercharge, they've got pretty much everything. It's similar to the push when another multiverse capture point day. The problem is they didn't have to face the Dragon Blade, right? Another multiverse have that tool this time around to try and stop Rebound and Progress on their ultimate push.
Okay, so oh my word, Andreko just gets absolutely deleted, halt upwards, and the Gravitic Flux as well. Now on the top of it, Pure Iris goes down, and that Amplification Matrix, Crispy with the whip shot of all things to finish off Irish, and my word, that was devastation and coordination from the multiverse.
That's really bad for Rebound and Progress, right? They only have 4 ultimates now as compared to 6. They have to use the rally to kind of deal with Holy Pig's Dragon Blade, and then Crispy's gonna have a rally of their own to push forward after that. Blur, your Irish, with their Dragon Blade, are gonna have to do an absolute madness.
Yeah, they really, really are. And again, this is just this fight for posturing up, but it's another multiverse who presses Q first. Gravitic Flux stops Holy Pig's Blade, getting very much value, but he's in deep now, and the Immortality Field's expended. Sobek will fall. It's to Crispy of all things, but Holy Pig set that one up a beauty, and now he's just there to reap what he sows. Holy Pig takes out Irish, but Disclosure will fall to Eli, who might have just kept this alive, maybe.
That looked like it was going really good for Rebound and Progress because they forced out Crispy's rally, but it really hasn't worked out for them at all.
Eli with 2, but I mean, there's just not the numbers for him. Make that 3. He's truly going crazy, but it's just not enough. Someone's going to have to get on the point and touch here, and it's Pure Irish in the back on the Wrecking Ball who's going to be there to trigger the overtime. But really, they've got very little to work with here, Ocean.
Yeah, it's not looking good. They do get the touch, though. They do activate overtime.
Yeah, this is so important. The Dragons onto point from Thumb, though, might just end it completely in its tracks. Kathy on the Soldier as well, just to buy time, and Irish is so very low. He falls to Chaos. Dragons onto the point, and another Gravitic Flux nearly online. The window from Andreko, but he just gets taken out immediately. Just devastation. Absolute devastation from Multiverse's map pick. They take Route 66, and there's the Blade kill to top it all off. If ever you doubted the Genji pick, Multiverse have just transcended with the Genji.
Honestly, that was really good from them. And now it kind of comes forward to, like, you know, why they picked Route 66. They wanted to force Orisa comps. That's what they wanted to do. We saw them run a lot of Orisa on Oasis University, City Center, Garden, whatever. They were running a lot of Orisa. And they wanted to force Orisa comps. That's what they're better at. They seem to be better at these poke compositions. So that's probably what they're going to look to do the rest of the series. Force poke compositions, force poke maps, force poke mirrors. Rebound and Progress, they'll probably prefer something more dive-y or something more rush heavy. They probably would fancy themselves a roll mirror as well. That's probably something that they would favor. So we'll have to see what map pick they want to do that on.
Yeah, what did you think about Eli switching from the Echo to the Tracer for that attack? Is there rhyme or reason to that? Was it a comfort pick? Like, what's the thought process?
I mean, Eli's a really good tracer. Maybe they were a little bit rattled from how the last round went. They were unable to really do anything on the Echo, but that wasn't really because of them. That was really because of just how disrupted they were with this whole snowball going on, right? They had nothing really for the Echo to do, right? So then they switch over to the Tracer because he feels like he's not getting any value on the Echo, but realistically, Echo was the better pick there. Eli's a great Tracer, but I feel like Echo could have got so much more value. Particularly, you know, could have duplicated Genji, definitely puts a lot more pressure on the Beats and the Baptiste. Not a fan of that Tracer pick.
Yeah, well, there we are. It's one apiece here. Rebrand in progress and another multiverse. We're going to go to a map 3 just after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a surprising 1-1 series on our hands right here. Ocean, I did press you for a prediction for this series, and you have 3-0 going the way of Rebrand. Another multiverse on their map pick, though, showing a pretty dominant full hold.
Oh, another multiverse has been really well set up today. When they were playing their poke and spam compositions on Oasis, they got a surprising amount of value. I think they were kind of destined to lose that map because of that one per team fight on City Center. 366, they were absolutely fantastic. Yeah, the offense was messy, right? It was a messy offense, right? It was kind of a unique snowball, if you will. But then they rose to it. They full health. They were brilliant on their defense in particular. Rebound progress still. They get their map pick and they for a brawl. So can you guess where we're going?
Of course, we are headed to King's Row. Where else? I mean, it's EU Contenders Trials. After all, it wouldn't be EU Contenders Trials without at least one brush with King's Row tonight. Obviously, you've kind of already hit the nail on the head, but Rebranded Progress, presumably just looking to brawl multiverse here, right?
Yeah, hopefully they play standard brawl as well with Nymacree, Diva or Sigma with Reinhardt and then Lucia Baptiste. I think that varies them a lot. I think it puts a lot of them on their more comfortable heroes as well. So I firmly expect standard brawl from them. I kind of expect another multiverse to give us something weird, like something extremely spammy, maybe like a Junkrat pick or something like that, with like a Rissa Diva. That seems like something they might run, or they could go like Hanzo, double shield again. That's probably something that I'd be interested in.
Well, realistically, that is something you can occupy at least first point as we head in, more or less. when you do have those double shields, you can occupy everywhere around the point. And the aim of the game, of course, is going to be never to touch the brawl if indeed another multiverse do go for that double shield composition. There's a lot of places that they can hunker down on high grounds around first point to make that very difficult for Rebrand.
Yeah, I think it all depends if they do play double shield, is how good it's a fight planning and Rebrand in progress. Who are they going to approach? When are they going to approach? And when are they going to outspeed? You know? And what adaptations could they make in it mid-fight after they get the kill? Because you kind of see in Europe a lot, and in North America, in the West, there's a great team fight plan. You get into the team fight, you secure that first kill on a brawl comp or a rush comp. This is actually more of a problem than rush comps, but I can see Rebrand in progress at a faster paced brawl having this problem as well. They get the first kill and then they go, who do we want to target next? We haven't planned that bit yet, right? And usually that either opens up to them mid-fight and then they have that choice, or it could be a pre-fight plan as well. But I'm not so sure that they're really going to have that nailed on, so their first initial engagement has to be pretty strong.
Yeah, this is really actually going to test rotations. If indeed we're not just going to see, I mean, we might be thinking about this way too much, Ocean. We might just see brawl head to head. We could just see both teams clash on the point, sort of GOATS style. But yeah, it's certainly going to test Rebrand as to whether they can rotate around if Multiverse do opt for this double shield. It's going to be a test for Rebrand and Multiverse, both respectively, as we head to King's Row. And again, this could be Multiverse's chance to go ahead in the series for the first time.
Yeah, also, like, we could see a team maybe throw out Rush, like maybe some Rush heroes like Zarya, Reaper, even Moira, Doomfist, which is currently being shown on the screen by Eli. They could potentially go for that. I feel like if you're going to play Rush on this map, it's going to be like a Zarya variant with Doomfist. And maybe Moira as well. I feel like outside of that, it's really standard brawl with Ryan, Diva, Lucia Baptiste, McCree. Sometimes you'll see Cree Sombra. I still think that standard brawl Mason is also standard brawl. And then anything a little bit more extravagant than that, it kind of turns into a rush comp. Take a bit of progress on the offense, running something we expect. And Multiverse, yeah, spam. 4 Junkrat, 2 projectile heroes, and a Arrested Diva. This is their comfort zone.
Yeah, this is make Rebrand really pay for any space they take. The Pharah, the Junkrat's going to hound them down, and everybody's in hotel. That's forced immortality field already. The Holy Pig falls, though. But Blur's in a trap. He's got no shield, and it's going to be a momentary reprise from Rebrand in progress, despite them having the first pick. As they establish what they want to do next. They've occupied the point, but Thor's still alive and kicking, and 95% and kicking. The barrage has got to be great, though, and it's still 5v6. Holy Pig's going to be coming back soon on the Junkrat, but Chaos gets D-Meg. The flashbang onto Thorn, and Draco mops up from Cappy's hard work there. It's fallen apart for another Multiverse, and Rebrand in progress handled that beautifully.
Yeah, this is both of the teams on their comfort compositions, right? Another Multiverse, they want to play Spam. Rebrand in progress, they want to play Brawl. That's just kind of standard. And usually, we see Spam have a really good advantage against Brawl. The problem is, on maps like King's Row, on point and second Oasis University, we've seen so far in this series, when the cover is available, when the map does fear for Brawl compositions, that Spam advantage kind of goes away, right? Because there is so much cover. So Rebound in progress, you know, they get the advantage because of the map, because of their map pick, because of having Oasis University early in the series, and now another Multiverse, their DPS have to plan around that. Their timing has to be so much better. And the Holy Pig, they kind of demonstrated it earlier in this map when the Holy Pig went down. And they have again.
Yeah, well, he was going for a flank here, but look at where everybody from Rebrand is posted up. And Draco does fall, and it leaves heals a little worse for Wiz, but Sobek and Gaffy. Caffey's doing a really good job of working with his supports at the moment. Obviously, Draco is down, but did get 3 final blows in that first team fight as well. And nobody from Multiverse is left standing. Chaos just about gets out with his mech online, and Jaren is so battered and bruised. He's caught inside, and Sobek takes him out. Disaster. This might have to be a riptide from Holy Pig.
Well, I think they're going to go for it and then maybe make a switch.
Yeah, it has to be done, right? Okay, so there we go. Blur will fall, but the Holy Pig traded out immediately. The spawn advantage might work in their favor, but Rebrand in progress with that amplification matrix, just going crazy. Cappy, D-Mex as well. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at this one as the self-destruct comes online and Disclosure will fall. Cappy gets the better of the Cowboy 1v1, and Chaos is feeling the cold shoulder of Eli now, and this is a blistering pace for King's Row. The Blizzard is ready to go, but Rebrand don't want to use it. They know they've won this fight, and they've really turned up the heat.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it also comes because another multiverse, right? When you're playing these projectile heroes, when you're playing against Brawl in any sort of standing, even as the Brawl mirror, you kind of want to have players in off angles to kind of disrupt the Brawl and kind of separate them, or at least force players to come out of that Brawl and deal with you. That's why Holy Pig had to take off angles, but their timing wasn't great, and that's why Holy Pig died in both of the first two team fights first.
And Matrix out though, and this might force the Brawl composition back, but DM is good though, and everyone's out with their lives. Self-destruct through, and it splits them up, and the Shatter finishes off Holy Pig. The disrespect from Blur. He trades himself one apiece though, and this is where it's going to be difficult for the Brawl composition when they're missing a Reinhardt. It forces Rebrand back. They can't go in without the spearhead.
Wants to Rebrand Progress gets another team fight. They'll have a combination of the McCree Deadeye into the May Blizzard. So Cafe is going to start off with the Deadeye to make the team fight pick up pace, and then once that team fight slows down, it's Eli's Blizzard. That's the most effective time for a Blizzard.
Well, just as you prophesied, Cafe comes out with a high noon, takes out Jaru! How does Jaru get caught out there? The Ant Matrix is just going to make bucket loads of space as well. The high noon from Thom's got to answer back, but it's all for naught as the main wall comes up. And like you said, this Blizzard's still ready to go. They've expended so little to get so much space. Disclosure forced to use that Transcendence, but can't save the mech of Chaos. And oh my word, the shield of Blur stops the LOS on the Transcendence, which forces Chaos to fall down in that Blizzard. That is so very well played from the Reinhardt there to play off his team, and they are reaping the consequences. Rebrand in progress, 3 minutes 24 on the clock.
I think this is definitely a clash of two styles, right? You know, we saw on other multiverse on their map pick, they were absolutely excellent because it allowed them to play poke comps. Rebrand in progress on a Oasis University, not just King's Row, when they're able to play Brawl on a Brawl favored map where there's a lot of cover and it's just really narrow in general, so it favors the Brawl. Yeah, they've been a lot better. That's kind of what these two teams are. Another multiverse at Point Day had a lot of opportunities to be able to outspam the Brawl, but once the Holy Pig went down, early on Point B, early on Point A, Rebound and Progress were desperate for a big snowball. They were destined for it. They got it. 3 minutes 24 is a massive timeline. It's
absolutely huge, and Multiverse, they're sticking to this composition. I mean, what is it going to take for Multiverse to swap to this Brawl? Or, in your eyes, Ocean, is this just a stick to the game plan, it will work?
I think they have to stick to the game plan, not only for this map, right? But they might lose this map, but what they will learn is they will maybe adapt and get better timings for later maps. If they're forced to play Spam versus Brawl again on a Brawl favored map, which could definitely happen because Rebound in Progress, if they lose the map later in the series, which if another multiverse, you know, win a map, they need to win a map to get closer to winning in a series, then Rebound in Progress will pick a map where Brawl is favored. Then they need to have better timings from their spam heroes and their DPS heroes to disrupt the Brawl. So they can they could essentially use this as practice, right?
Well, we certainly can try. This is going to be a long rotation round that is forcing Cafe into a slightly uncomfortable position, thanks to Thom on that Pharah again, who has been very good, I must say, and looking back, Cafe in a lot of trouble there. Jaru, though, caught out wise and away from his shield. Now is hunkered down, though, and this is the Brawl comp going to struggle. They've got to go for a fast retake here, otherwise the spam is going to outlast them. Rotate through Hotel for Cafe, though. He has been spotted out by Thom, so no blood drawn there, no love lost either, to be sure. Holy Pig goes down, though. Pure Irish has his number. That's just going to slow this attack down even more. A tick is gained for the attacking side, and Thom, in fact, takes out Eli. This isn't over yet. Immortality Field also expended from Rebrand in Progress, so this could be a really good push coming in. Pure Irish trying to make something happen here, though, and there's the Nano on top of the Pharah. Thom is going to be very, very dangerous now, and the Reinhardt's just trying to stay on the point here. Blur, though, Gone in the blink of an eye, potentially. Holy Pig goes down again. Pure Irish is basically spawn camping him. There's the Deadeye coming out from Kathy, though, to try and make this last. They've got to go in now. Last chance saloon. Holy Pig resurrected up, but the space that Deadeye created, it sends everyone from Multiverse hightailing away, Ocean.
Yeah, so they actually put Disclosure on instead of the Baptiste to create a new wing condition with the 4. I think they should have waited, though. I think the Anubis was a little bit too early. I think they wanted to wait for that barrage.
Yeah, well, here's the push again, and the tire ready to go, but look at Eli stalking Disclosure on this Anna. Goes for the chip damage just to let him know that he's there and pose a question. But there's the flashback. There's the follow-up from Kathy. And Anna goes down. Disclosure's in trouble. Holy Pig gonna try and make something out of nothing here. He finds Sobek, but the damage most definitely has been done. The backrush as well is a little optimistic. Supercharger over the top as well. What are we watching? They're throwing all 6 ultimates in a fight that they surely have already lost.
Oh, I think they're changing composition. There is no way
Surely.
you throw ultimates into that team fight. That team fight was lost a minute ago, right? Yeah, they're switching over to some sort of brawl themselves with the Doomfist and the Genji. So, Dom and Holy Pig are just on picks that they're comfortable with. Chaos isn't even back in their mech yet.
This is rough for Multiverse here. 2 ticks to speak of, though, so they don't have to win the space for long. This Deadeye, though, from Kathy could really prove a problem. You can see Eli once again stalking this high ground, trying to get something done. Look at the space that creates. It just corrals everybody from Multiverse back behind this roundabout. Shadow comes down, and well, Blair's got nothing to really write home about there. Tom will fall, and Crispy trades him back. Jaru taking out Sobek, and perhaps some signs of life coming out from Multiverse now. Eli taking out Disclosure, though. There's just Lucio heals on the point, and that pulse bomb is devastating. It chunks down the damage. Self-destruct now onto Pure Irish, and it will finish him off, and the Doomfist is back as well. Kathy right in the back line there. Someone's got a touch to keep this alive, though. The Wrecking Ball back from Blur, and Sobek cuts it back. Blur, the Holy Pig goes down. The Immortality Field is put onto the back of the point. 40 seconds remain, and you've got to hope that Multiverse is scratching their head. They're thinking about what happened.
It was hero play from Eli, right? Both the tanks got 300 damage nicked off them by the pole bomb.
Oh my word. The pile drive into the Diva dive, into the Tracer guns. That is absolute devastation again, and Blur mopping up the kills there. Holy Pig's got this blade online, though, Ocean. Oh.
Well, the question is, Holy Pig's not going to stay alive, right? Holy Pig is on idiot health in a small room. The mega health pack, I believe, is taken. So they're not going to get to use it. I think the Holy Pig's in trouble, and even so, there's 14 seconds, I think, left. So, I mean, they might get respawns to touch the point, but can they touch the point long enough to where Holy Pig can come out and make the hero point? I'm not very sure. I'm pretty sure, even if they can, I'm pretty sure this map is probably going to go to rebrand in progress.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks that way. They've been absolutely dominant on this first point. Just like you were saying as well, some heroics coming up from Eli on the Tracer, and then that beautiful coordinated pile driver into the Diva diving in, and then into the Tracer diving in as well to get the kill onto Disclosure, I believe, onto the Baptiste. It was absolutely gorgeous. Everyone from Rebrand really feeling themselves on King's Row.
Yeah, and I think that allows us to kind of talk about Blur. So Blur has been kind of a main tank chilling around for a little while now. A lot of people highly rate him as a player, and I mean, I haven't really seen it so far this trials or in a while, right? But that team fight was really strong. The timing of that pile drive with everyone engaging, that's got to be some coordinating. That's got to be some good, communication as well from Blur. So definitely showing themselves up here and playing quite well. So more of that, and I'll get to see why people are talking so much about them.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I just can't get over how beautiful that dive was right there at the end. We do have a technical pause, ladies and gentlemen, so do bear with us. We are going to throw to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side of this, we're going to get right to the end of King's Row. We'll see you then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed back, just as we said we would be, with a very short break indeed. The overtime ticking down, and it will be triggered out. The Holy Pig does have this blade online, and the shadow comes down from Jaru. Nobody to speak of, though, and Disclosure goes down again. So little healing available for Jaru on the point here, and Blur happy to take him down. The Moira is just going to stay up from the heels there. The blade can only do so much. Does take out Andraco eventually, and this is still salvageable, but Eli's still on this Tracer, and there goes Chaos going down. Blur again getting on the kill board, and well, that's King's Row in a nutshell there. Rebrand in progress were in charge the whole time.
Yeah, so what we are seeing, you know, we kind of already talked about this, both these teams have very straightforward identities, right? Both, you know, Rebrand and Progress are really more comfortable in those ball competitions, as well competitions, and other multiverse, they like the arrested competition, but Rebrand and Progress have something extra, and that's the ball competitions. And I think the fact that they have two options is probably going to come in clutch later in the series if we go to another control map. Of course, now we've got another multiverses pick, so they'll probably pick a map that's really favored for Poke. So maybe Temple of Anubis, something spammy, something pokey, but you know, I think Anubis or Hanamara are probably going to be the picks. I don't really see them going to Sky Industries because I think ball competitions and Winston competitions are really good there, and we haven't really seen much of that from them. So probably Anubis or Hanamara will be picked, but I think they can pick a control map now already, but I don't think that's wise because I think Rebrand and Progress have a little bit more versatility to them, and that's always helpful in control.
Yeah, and I think, well, we are headed to Temple of Anubis next, and like you said, that is going to favor multiverse in a more pokey style. Maybe argue that Hanamura is more so, but clearly Multiverse know what they're doing on their map picks. We sort of were umming and ahhing about their Route 66 pick, but it worked out in their favor. So, yeah, how do Multiverse tackle Temple of Anubis, heroes?
Well, Multiverse, right? They're going to run that risk of Diva. Probably Junkrat, maybe Pharaoh on their defense, maybe an Ashura Hunzo as well. Right, they've got a lot of options on their defense to what heroes they can pick. Rebrand and Progress, they'll probably take their defense in a similar way. I don't know if they'll play Orisa necessarily. I mean, they might, but they kind of lost the Orisa matchup on Route 66, so they might try and play something like Ball Sigma or Ball Diva and try and catch them on rotation, because I think even another multiverse, they might try to run Orisa on attack here, which might not be wise, but it might be something that they're a little bit more comfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's also the shout, especially on Anubis, where that central platform where the defense tends to hold is very diveable. You tend to see, like you said, the Wrecking Ball or the Winston and the Diva compositions come out. We haven't seen that come out from Rebrand in Progress, but how likely do you think that is that we might see some of the Monkey come out?
I mean, I would love to see it. I just don't know how good these two main tanks are at Winston. And I think, you know, that's always kind of a question in Western regions, you know, are the main tanks comfortable playing Winston? Sometimes the answer is no, sometimes the answer is yes. I'm sure that maybe Jari or Blur are pretty comfortable on that here, so it's definitely a valid option if the teams are comfortable playing Winston.
Yeah, and I suppose it's one of those where you can also sub out the Winston for the Wrecking Ball. I mean, we saw Blur really come alive when he picked the Wrecking Ball there, and it was only a pick to stall, but he was getting final blows all over the shop. So maybe that is a hero that he feels comfortable playing, and that certainly could be an option. Ocean, do you think we go into a map 5? Do you think Multiverse can do it?
I think this map favors them. I think that they have the driver's seat on this map. It's their map pick. They've been good on their map picks. Both teams have been good on their map picks. They're good at spam compositions, but we also seen them screw around a little bit on point 10 King's Row with what angles they were taking and their timing. So I'm not sure. There's always the chance they slip up and get snowballed, particularly on a 2CP map or an assault map. So I can't really bet on them, but I'd say they're favored here.
Yeah, it certainly could be the case, and that could be map 5 coming up after Anubis. It's match point here for Rebrand in Progress, though, and they are feeling themselves after that King's Row. A full hold after finishing the map with 3 minutes 24 on the clock, and it's like a double shield composition for the defense is in order.
Yeah, so this is kind of what we expected from another multiverse on their defense, but we're going to see it from Rebrand in Progress. A similar defense to what they ran on Route 66, and that went okay for them until they got snowballed and the disaster at point B happened, right? And then the disaster at point C. So, I mean, on point days, they're generally good here, and you're usually going to see on point day Anubis. That's probably going to be where you get rid of most of the time bike, and then it's a question of can you snowball on point B? Can you get ultimate cycles in your favor on point B, and then you can maybe talk about taking point B. Another multiverse though. Here comes the Winston. Hero I love to see. One of my favorite.
Nope.
Here, no, never mind. Never mind. Oh, maybe no. Okay, well I think Winston is highly underrated. I think the Western regions do need to use the hero more. and maybe study some boards from other regions and learn a little bit more about how to play that hero, because I think he's extremely strong, especially against double shield comps, against poke comps, against Sigma players, and additionally really good against Brawl. So it just kind of matches up well against what the West likes to run. So it could be an option for some teams.
Oh, that sonar dart was so nice, and means that Thom, when he goes to climb the wall to find a pick there, he's punished immediately and has to dip away. This positioning, however, from Blur might just get him immediately deleted. Chaos falls down though. Cappy gets the first pick and Jaro trades back, does take out the Orisa eventually, and now the Orisa 1v1. The Holy Pig comes up big, takes out Eli here. The defense is thinning out, and Multiverse have taken so much space here. Hanzo's are going to clash up on high now, and poor Thom's in trouble. But the reinforcements are there. The Holy Pig gets caught out by the Storm Arrows of Cappy, and this might be a recontest here. This is looking decent. Holy Pig falls is such a massive bit of damage, and it forces that Gravitic Flux to come through. Pure Irish comes up big and holds off the attackers for now.
Pure Irish is quietly been having a pretty good year. Nothing really to right hand, but they're pretty consistent in the Contenders trial seasons we've had them, right? They're pretty good. Last Contenders trial season, that was a pretty good flux, just to demonstrate that Pure Irish is still a pretty strong off tank in the year 2021. Rebound in progress. They also have a Dragon Strike here as another Multiverse try to progress with a very immobile composition.
Oh, Dragons come through and rip Multiverse to bits there. Absolutely put them through the meat grinder there. Cappy does fall, but it's really inconsequential here, as that was just one really good Dragon Strike.
I like it a lot more in Blur as a Wrecking Ball as well. I think they're just more comfortable on that here. I don't really want to see them taking Orisa versus Orisa. And once another Multiverse walked into that room on the left-hand side, they were dead to the Dragon Strike. That team fight was over. They really didn't have any answers. Next team fight though, they've got the Railway to kind of get some players into the team fight, and they've got the Holy Pig with a duplicate. They've been 50-50 with duplicates so far, but it's really their opportunity to try and take a team fight right into their hands.
Well, Blur's feeling the heat a bit there. He went for the pile driver and really got into trouble, and he will go down to Holy Pig, who duplicated him, got his number. Eli also on this duplicate though. The grab flux is not that great. The reinforced Orisa not going to be going aloft. And his pick's going the way of Multiverse now. That duplicate just about ends as Eli glocks Thom right between the eyes, finds a second there, and again it might be more heroics coming out from the players of Rebrand in progress to keep this one going. The flank from Eli might just take out the Baptiste up on high, but he's forced back and away as Sobek falls. The hopes of the defense are still kept alive by the DPS. Holy Pig's battered and bruised now and in so much pain. The Dragon Strike sent through takes out Jaru as well, and despite all odds, Rebrand in progress thanks to the heroics of some individuals hold it off.
Eli's been a monster in this series. Every single time Eli's needed to come up clutch, arguably maybe not Route 66, but on King's Road the double pulse bomb onto the two tanks, and there on the Echo getting random kills onto Thom and Chaos, that really brought them back into that team fight. They had no right winning that one, especially when Blur went down early due to Holy Pig's duplicate. Eli has been on fire this year.
This has got to be enormous from Chaos. It's the only Gravitic Flux he's had, and it nets them very, very little. It puts Blur in an awkward spot, though, and he will go down. It's a good start, but don't count Rebrand out just yet. Look at this high ground positioning that the supports have on them at the moment. Thom's so damaged here, so very low going up against Irish, who's really had a good map. The Rock! On to the recall is absolutely violation. The Echo's trade on out and the overtime is ticking away. Just chaos here. Crispy's got the rally, but they're half HP. Their health is dwindling. Lickety split now. Chaos goes down. Crispy does too. Jaru's got to get the touch, but it's all for naught for the Winston. He can only do so much.
Wow.
And wow, oh wow, Rebrand came alive on Anubis.
That was a very interesting round. I think you've got to give a lot of credit to Pure Irish, Blur, and really Eli. To be honest, I think all three of them were excellent in that round. And, you know, you have to also kind of say another Multiverse, they were ahead in the majority of those fights, right? The first team fight, they took down the Orisa and the Echo very early. Then they were up in the team fight where Holy Pig got the better of Blur when they duplicated the Wrecking Ball. So many team fights in another Multiverse were a player or two up, but they just couldn't make it stick. And is that the question of per team fight planning, per adaptation mid-fight, or is it just the brilliance of some of the individuals? on Rebound and Progress. I like to think it's a mix of both, and I think we have to credit Rebound and Progress a lot here. This is a map that doesn't really suit them. It should suit another multiverse a lot more, and maybe we'll see that a lot more on the defense, but I don't think it will. Another multiverse, they're running this dive composition, and I don't think it suits them. I think they should be playing a lot more spam. Yes, you can spam a lot with the dive composition and make openings, but I would have liked to see something like Junkrat here, something like even Farah or Ash, something that looks a little bit more like another multiverse.
And this is the threat now, is that if Eli goes for one pot shot and hits it, this series could be over. If you look at this grapple, it's so important what this Widowmaker does, and I don't find anything realistically. Chaos gets chunked down a fair bit, and you can see Rebrand have gone over to this Orisa Diva bunker-esque composition with the Tracer, but one mistake and this could all be over. That being said, Multiverse, they did get ticks on the board. This is doable, but it's a damn tall order, and one foul step could end this series right now as Cappy. Look at the positioning from him. He's just up on that high ground. He spotted out the supports who are on the opposing high ground, and this rotation is pretty unchecked, in fact. Finally, the cavalry arrive, and it's a one-for-one trade. Blur's still pretty healthy on this high ground, and look at the flank coming out from Eli. He is in there deep, home court out as well, as both Tracers getting their hands dirty. Pure Irish getting demeched and taken out, and this is going to be a push that's basically halted for the moment.
I don't like the Orisa comp for Rebound and Progress. I think Dive is a pretty good match against the Orisa compositions, and if they don't take out Jaru here, they're going to have a Nano Winston to engage on them, and there's already a minute off the clock.
Yeah, this has been really slow, and the Nano's onto Jaru now. It's going to force everyone in this bunker comp away, and the Primal's online for him, more or less. So that basically gets the job done. No casualties to speak of. Eli is still back here, by the way. Still back in enemy territory, waiting for his opportunity to pounce, and I think he spotted it out, but there's the worst person that you want to see on that flank. There is the Echo overhead. Pondo is good for one, takes out Cappy, and it forces Jaru to pop that Primal Rage and get away. So the defense are in a compromised position despite Rebrand losing Caffey, I think, there.
Yeah, and there's also the Supercharger, so they can maybe use the Rally and the Amp Matrix to take space and then use that Supercharger when they're in the team fight. This could be brutal for another multiverse.
Whoa, the Pulse Bomb, the Immortality Field is good for it, though, and Tom's got to walk away empty-handed. He opens up, though, for Holy Pig, who's just popping into windows and getting the job done. Palm falls, that might signal the beginning of the end as Amp Matrix up on high. Look how scattered the defense are. The tanks are still available on the point, but everyone else is scattered to the wind. The self-destruct goes down, but there's about 3 different divas on the point now. Purefish gets the remech, and the numbers are in favor of Rebrand in progress. Jaru will fall. The Holy Pig sends in a second diva bomb, but can't get a kill with it, and it's just full on stall. Tom's got to make something happen here on the Tracer, but it's the world against him at the moment. I don't even know if anyone's going to be able to touch. And what a beautiful signal of the end from Eli there to take out Tom. Rebrand in progress, take it, and win the series 3-1.
Yeah, I do think that Rebrand in progress probably should have stayed away from the Orisa composition there at the end. I don't think it suits them at all. But just the fact that they had 4 minutes to take 81% the point there, they could just set up that team fight for as long as they wanted, right? Like, they had so many different options. And I do think in other multiverse, they didn't really look comfortable on the Winston. They got some value out of it. I think Winston composition was the right call if you were comfortable, because it has a clear advantage against heroes like Sigma. But I never really thought they actually never really took an engagement on Winston, other than the Nano Boost, which really kind of got cancelled out by Jaru just kind of getting booked away and building up the Primal. They never really engaged with the Winston too much. They kind of engaged and then walked back away. They never really had a hard engage, and I feel like that's one of the reasons that Rebrand and Progress find it so easy to get into the team fight.
Yeah, it was almost the hesitancy to lose a team fight that eventually lost Multiverse the map, is that they didn't want to hard commit to a dive because they didn't want to lose Jaru, but it eventually meant that their main tank couldn't get enough done to facilitate the DPS to follow up on any of it. So that's the fear on 2CP. If you don't get that first point, it just puts that psychology in your mind that you cannot lose a team fight.
Yeah, Rebrand and Progress, they get a 3-1 win. If they beat Mind Goblin later in the week, they will be in Contenders, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's locked and loaded. another multiverse, they can't make Contenders anymore, but they put up some good fights, put up some good moments. So congratulations to them for being here. Rebound in Progress versus Mind Goblin later in the week. Make sure to watch that. Whoever wins that will go and take that 4th Contender spot. We have another game later on, and do we have an interview? I'm not too sure.
All right, we're going to go to a short break as we sort out a potential interview coming up on the other side of this. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined here by Sobek, main support for Rebrand in Progress. How you doing, Sobek? Happy with the series?
Yeah, not too bad. It was pretty easy, but you know, it is how it is.
So I was actually going to talk about Anubis real quick, just before I pass you on to Ocean. You went in, it's not your map pick, and you looked more comfortable when your team weren't playing the Orisa-based compositions. What was the battle plan going into that? Was that a scripted play that you'd already planned, or was it on the fly during the series?
I mean, we've been practicing ball like a bit, but mostly double shield already. So we like we always start out double shield, and then I guess Blur just decided to go ball to come back, and then we've been practicing it a bit, so we just kind of ran with it.
Fair enough.
Alright, well, I've got some more interesting questions for you. Wait, that sounds like an insulting sim. That was
right.
That's sorry. So anyways, you obviously play with a lot of the other multiverse gamers like previously on 4th Dimension, 5th Dimension, and obviously you're now playing with a Draco again on Rebrand in Progress. So talk to me about the experiences you had with 4th Dimension and 5th Dimension and those gamers, and also talk to me about how important your synergy of Draco is for Rebrand in Progress.
I mean, I'm mates with like all of the multiverse players. I think they're cracked, and it was really good to go against them because I haven't like played against them because I was on teams with them for ages.
Yeah.
But me and Draco obviously stuck together, and it's good. It's nice to have synergy with like your backline. So I think it works out good because we trust each other a lot.
Right. Okay. Awesome. Now you have another game later in the week that kind of determines if you get Contenders. Right. You're going to be playing against Mind Goblin. Talk to me about the preparation for that match. Obviously, don't leak any shots or whatever, but talk to me about the preparation for that match. How's the mindset looking forward into that one?
I don't know. I've always... I feel like Mind Goblin are a very good team, actually, because they're having like a great run, so I don't want to get caught up on the wrong side of it. So just got to make sure that play our game and just don't let Mind Goblin get in our head.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of stakes on the line. Pretty sure the winner of that one will probably make Contenders. Actually, I think they will, based on what the standings right now. Anyways, that's all I really have for you. I'm going to throw you back to Sim.
Yeah, any closing thoughts from you, Sobek, after that series?
I don't know. I mean, I saw it coming, but...
Oh, fair enough. Well, thank you for joining us, Sobek, for this post-match interview. Ocean, any closing thoughts before we take a short break before our next series?
Well, I'm just going to say congratulations on your win. You ruined my predictions, so I said you were going to I'm a little bit disappointed in that. Good luck against Mind Goblin later in the week. They're certainly a team on form, and congrats on the win.
Cheers, thank you.
Well done, Sobek. Yes, as I just said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hop to a short break before we go to our next match, but it is not something that you want to miss. Is that right, Ocean?
Yeah, Share Cold taking on 0101. We've seen them in trials previously. They're kind of on form. They're probably one of the favorites getting Contenders. Probably going to be in the top 3 of trials this time around. They've been really, really strong recently. And additionally, Share Cold are the team to beat. They realistically should not be in this tournament, so you get to watch some amazing players. I wouldn't miss it for anything.
Exactly. You do not want to miss this next series, so stick around and we'll see you shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and what a banger this series promises to be. We've got Sheer Cold facing off against O1 Esports, and Ocean, this kind of is a clash of titans coming up for us.
Yeah, so O1, they've kind of, registered their name in the Overwatch scene over the course of really the past year, over 2021. They've been quite dominant in the kind of tier 3 scene, but they've never really shown it in Contenders Trials or Contenders or whatever you may have it. So this is the real big shot to do. Teams like EXO kind of dropping out of Europe and a couple of other unfortunate scenarios. This means that O1 have their real chance to prove themselves and get into Contenders. I think it's likely they do get into Contenders, but proving themselves in Contenders to be a strong team, that's something they're going to have to prove today as they go ahead with Sheer Cold. Sheer Cold, they shouldn't be in Trials. They're an extremely good team. Realistically, we saw this story last time around when we had Fusion University and Sheer Cold in Trials, and they kind of just dominated everyone else. Sheer Cold are a very, very good team. I think they'll win this series, but to me, this series is all about, can O1 compete with Sheer Cold? Can they compete in Contenders? We'll have to wait and find out.
And this is the important thing. We will be starting on Oasis as we did the previous series. Coming into this, and again, like you said, for O1 Esports, it's really about sending a message. Even if you don't take Oasis, if you can take it to the third point on Oasis, that might step Sheer Cold off their rhythm a little bit, and that might be a cause for concern. It really is all to play for O1, and it's Sheer Cold series to lose, right? Because if Sheer Cold do lose this series, it might rattle them a little bit, Ocean.
Yeah, it absolutely would, and they would definitely make the deal a little bit uneasy. What I want to talk about when it comes to map 1 is, it is Control. O1 are known for, a little bit of a more chaotic style, a little bit more of an OTP style, if you will. So, Control usually would favour them, but it is Oasis. We kind of saw in the last series that Oasis isn't always great for those spam compositions. It's pretty good on Gardens, and it's pretty good on City Center that you can run spam. However, City Center there's a lot more open room that can kind of maneuver around to make spam less of a factor. And Oasis University, there's so much cover to deal with that spam that it can be quite difficult to get value out of heroes like Pharah, which Goku is so good at, so prevalent with.
Yeah, so if you're O1, who on Sheer Cold have you absolutely got to shut down to make Sheer Cold sort of stop operating as they should?
That's a really good question. I think the answer's got to be Asking. Asking is incredible, absolutely incredible. Heroes like Tracer, McCree, any sort of like hit scan heroes. That Asking is absolutely insane. On the fact that Asking is playing in Trials should be illegal. Like genuinely, someone should go to prison for that. Yeah, so shutting down Asking, also because, Asking's going to be playing hitscan heroes that are really good against Pharah, and he's going to look to shut down Goku, right? Goku is your main win condition on O1. Additionally, if Sheer Cold decide to opt the route of more mobile compositions and rush comps, then, of course, Asking's going to be playing Tracer, and again, it's going to have such a big impact on how Sheer Cold plays, so they've got to have an answer for Asking, and that's really asking a question, isn't it?
Hey, I see what you did there. For any O1 Esports fans out there, who's going to be the one to take it to Asking? Who do you think on their roster, on O1 Esports roster, is going to bring it to them? I mean, obviously you would say it's going to be UV on that hitscan DPS, but do you think one of the tanks is going to be able to take it to Asking? Do you think there's going to be a particularly difficult support to deal with for this O1 team? Is there anyone that stands out to you?
So Levitate are going to be dictating the pace on Brigitte, or Levitate isn't playing on Levitate, playing on Navalera. They're going to be playing Brigitte or Mercy or whatever main support they need to play on. I think most OTP teams now have a main support that can play a lot of different heroes. That's going to benefit them a lot. So it depends what they play. But I think that Asking is going to have to deal with Mo. Mo is going to probably play the Diva for O1, and it's probably going to try and sit on Asking as much as they can to let Goku get as much value as possible. I think that's probably the win condition for O1. It's a very unlikely win condition, but if Mo can sit on Asking and nullify their value, then there's a chance.
Well, we are just about ready to go into Oasis. And like you said, this is going to be a test for the off tank. I think you kind of hit the nail on the head as well. With if you know that there's a hit scan who's particularly pesty, the aim of the game for the D.Va is just going to be suffocate the space that they have to work with. And that's going to be the order going into Oasis, to be sure.
Yeah, even if Asking's on Tracer, Asking on Tracer is scary, right? And MO is going to still have to deal with that. And still have to make sure that they're making a critical time to keep their backline alive, their backline involved in the team fight. Because, right, there's kind of two things. You have to keep your backline alive, but you also have to keep them involved. Especially if you're playing like Zenyatta comps, for example, right? Like we kind of saw in the last series. If your Zenyatta's there and alive, but not in the team fight providing discords, they're kind of useless, right? So,
yep,
it's going to be better on that front. So, yeah, Evo's got a really tough series on their hands, but if they do come out on top by one side, or even win a map, then that's really impressive from that off-tank player. It's something we should definitely look at.
Absolutely. Here we go. One Esports, certainly the underdogs coming into this sheer cold with so many playmakers on their team. I mean, you can see all the recognizable names there up on the top right of your screen. It's going to be the Wrecking Ball and the D.Va for both teams here, Ocean. How do you reckon that is?
I mean, Circle practiced a lot of the Wrecking Ball last week. I think it's good here on City Center. There's a lot of room to maneuver around, and you're not really playing into the hands of the Pharah. Something that's weird is Asking is on the Pharah and not coming main mode. That's a bit of a switch around. Usually they like to play the heroes in the opposite direction.
Well, there we go. Look at the pressure coming up from O1. It's actually them who opens this up. Apples will be traded up by NKZ, but damage is certainly done there. Anj and Asking both will fall, and you said that, Ocean, that is a key factor to winning this series, is keeping Asking in check.
Yeah, but Asking realistically here should be on the trace, right? And well, it should be on in the Pharah. This is a bit of a swap around that I don't think is necessary. We kind of saw in the lobby that they named the team Asking go Pharah, and it looks like they're trying to take the Pharah matchup with Asking instead. I'm not sure I'm a fan of it.
Oh, Lusa though finds the kill onto Goku. The Ana taking matters into their own hands. Will be resurrected up though. Navalera, good for that. And this is a little harder than perhaps it should be for sheer cold. But I'll be honest, with Asking on the Pharah, I don't think they're taking this all that seriously.
Neither. 37% to that barrage. It's just uncomfortable, really. Okay, gotta go over to the Red now. Gotta make the adaptation. It's time to settle into this series now and take it seriously. And, I mean, I think the positive, right, for sheer cold is realistically Goku's being shut down pretty well, so there's not going to be a barrage on the next team fight, but they still have to deal with a Valkyrie, which means that the tanks on O1 can play a little bit more aggressive, and Yubi will have a lot more leeway. Yeah,
I mean, that Valkyrie is going to be one of the only things keeping the tanks up with this Lucio Mercy backline. It's very little healing, realistically. Oh, Maymon, I thought, was looking for that pulse bomb, was just a little shy. You got to be this tall to ride this ride, and it's Apples who indeed falls down first. That's the second time that Apples has indeed fallen at the beginning of the team fights. And that just might pry the doors open for sheer cold here as Maymon is looking for this pulse bomb. He desperately wants to get it off, and he finds Mo on that D.Va. Gets him very low, but doesn't get the final blow. And the D.Va lives to fight another day. Asking, though, takes out Yubi, and now Goku's got to step up with this barrage online and the sound barrier to boot. Asking shut down rather swiftly there. The Valkyrie online for Anj as well, but it's not going the way of sheer cold here. And I say that, and there's two picks that go their way, flipping this fight on its head.
Wow, I mean, O1 had a real opportunity to get back in the team fight with that sound power, potentially Goku having a lot more leeway to get the barrage off. They don't get it off, but O1 do get to 99%. Sheer cold, they flip the switch, so they put Asking on McCree, they win the team fight instantly, but at the cost of 99%. Only one more team fight, realistically, and O1 will take Oasis City Center.
It's going to be really dangerous. Goku's going to have to be kept in check with this barrage. But there's no Nano to go with him, so he's so vulnerable here, Ocean. It's got to be some sort of Assassin's Creed style sneak through the crowd and go for the backline, right?
What's that? Oh, Asking's going for the trampoline.
Trampoline Deadeye and the sleep onto Apples. I mean, he was dead anyway without that Deadeye going there realistically, but it's all for the show, and Asking's happy to be the greatest showman, and that's going to force everybody back and away. Sheer cold live to fight another day here. Ultimate starting to come online for O1 though.
It wasn't really that beneficial, that Deadeye, but it was a cool clip for the Twitter, right? So that's gotta be handed to him.
Paul, pulse bomb, unfortunately eaten there. Maymon probably didn't mean to throw it directly at the defense matrix, and it's Mo who gets demeched eventually. Now onto the Diva NKZ, who does have that self-destruct ready to go, and it's Maymon who falls. The Barros comes through as well, and Asking is down. Numbers thin now for Sheer Cold, and this is panic stations for the main team that you would think would be taking this Oasis, and the numbers do favor them, though. The Resurrect comes through onto Asking, and Crandrop has stepped up to the plate. The self-destruct buys time as well, and Lusa takes out Goku again. They hold on to it still, Ocean.
Yeah, and Asking once more. Asking should have built up that Deadeye again, because that Deadeye is going to be so critical in this next team fight, because that Deadeye can instantly shut down a Pharah, instantly shut down a Mercy, or even a Lucio that's being pesky in the back line, or has to jump in the air to get that sound barrier off, right? So that Deadeye is going to be a critical ultimate in the next team fight.
And it's nearly online, just like you said. One has got that beat almost ready to go. Yubi with that pulse bomb as well as Asking. Mosey's on over to that trampoline once more. Beat comes through, and that's the go button. High noon from the rear, though. No one keeps it in check, but it's all for North. Ange will fall, and Lusa goes down too. No supports available now for Sheer Cold. They're in trouble, but Maymon steps up and gets a kill of his own. Yubi, however, is left to his own devices on the point and is an absolute menace on the Tracer. Crandor takes out Imo, though, and Asking will fall. This is just trays back and forth, and Goku, of all things, dies to the Wrecking Ball, rolling on through him. One goes down, and the overtime does too. It's just the remaining Tracer, and Yubi's in trouble. Now the mines come out from Apples, but he's received with a pulse bomb. A lot of fireworks on the point now, and the Valking Mercy's gonna get the Resurrect. This is ridiculous, and it's just stall stations now, Ocean.
Yeah, so realistically, it's not down to this Nano Tracer. If O1 can get back in the team fight with self-destruct, that could be very beneficial for them.
Maymon opens it, though, and takes out one, so that's missing just the Mercy to heal the bulk of the team. And they're going to be up on this high ground away from danger until Crandrop drops on top of them and has those mines ready to go. It's a shield up for NKZ. They just want to stay on arm's way! They get off the point! Oh, disaster strikes as Mo sends his Diva mech up sky high. And that was the one touch in the point.
They had two ultimates active as well. They had the barrage. And the self-destruct. I think that might have mattered a tiny bit. I think Sheer Cold were probably still in the driver's seat for that team fight, but it still doesn't feel good to lose around to something like that, particularly when you got two ultimates going on, two win conditions. It looks like Sheer Cold, though. Gonna try Asking on the Pharah again. I mean, it didn't work the last time, but I think they're here to try and make a statement here on O1, right? They know that O1 have one of the best Pharah players around in Goku, so they're gonna put Asking on that matchup. No, they're not. Asking's gonna go to them.
Okay.
Asking's gonna play this nice and safe.
Yeah, Maymon on that Tracer again, and I think he was very, very formidable to keep Yubi in check a little bit there on that Tracer, just matching him in Pulse Bomb charge and all the like. Because Asking has got this pocket as well as he's moved on over, playing this rather passive position as the two Tracers clash on this high ground. Yubi goes for the recall a little earlier, and that doesn't favor him all that well. That being said, reinforcements have arrived for Yubi, and it's gonna force Maymon away. Oh, beautiful direct rocket from Goku! Gets the 2k, and Yubi's good for 2 as well. Sheer Cold gonna be forced away now. Just the tanks remain. That's gonna be O1 taking it first again.
Yeah, pretty good for O1. Pretty good team fight. I'm not kind of unsure on the McCree pick, actually. Kind of weird again to say, you know, McCree into Pharah isn't that great, but I kind of prefer Sheer Cold to play like a standard rush comp, maybe like Winston, Lucio Moira, Tracer Sombra, and then maybe Will go over to the Sombra and Asking go over to the Tracer. I think it suits them a lot more in this sort of series, and I think it's pretty good against what O1's running, so if they can get Asking into the fight, it'll work out brilliantly, but that's kind of the trouble. McCree's so immobile.
Yeah. Yubi with this pulse bomb on this point, and the D-Mech is through. I mean, Maymon has absolutely hounded down Mo to get that D-Mech. Look at this lurk, though. The pulse bomb just goes wide. The Diva with the nano on the point now. NKZ cleans up with the aid of Maymon to take down both supports for O1, and that's a lot faster on the retake for Sheer Cold than last map.
Yeah, that was a lot better. They just seem to get everyone into the fight pretty easily, and I think a lot of that is because I isolated that Diva, right? That Diva can't really go and sit on Asking, can't really sit on Lucy, right? Can't really nullify everything else. It's got a lot of work to do in this series, and the fact that they were taken down so early is kind of important for Sheer Cold, not like everyone into the fight. Now they have 5 ultimates to work with.
Yeah. This is rough. I mean, yeah, the Pulse Bomb was expended from 0-1 earlier on, and they lost that team fight, dueling minefields, and the barrage comes through from Goku. NKZ loses the mech, but will go for the self-destruct in a small room. High Noon now finds Apples, and the 1v1 versus the Tracer. He's got the aid, the peel is there, and just there! Yubi goes off the side and into the drink! I mean,
I hope
disaster.
that wasn't intentional, because that's just so much more funny, but I'm pretty sure UP was very sad.
We have to assume so, right?
Yeah, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Into the next team fight, 0-1, they've got Valkyrie to kind of allow everyone to play a little bit, with a little bit more freedom, a little bit more license. Sheer cool, they used a lot of their ultimates in that last fight. I think they're just going to have to use that nano boost defensively just to keep someone alive if necessary.
Yeah, I mean, you could even chuck it onto Asking here and just completely take Goku out of the fight for a couple seconds. As it is actually the defensive team taking the matters into their own hands and pressuring out Crandop there. It was really low and is now in the thick of it. The Pulse Bomb is just short again from Yubi. Just can't connect onto Asking, who he desperately wants to deal with, but it's Mo who steps up and gets the job done. NKZ, the recipient of that nano again, able to hound down the Pharah. Have his number. The Mercy, however, going to keep him on up, and the picks just keep coming on through for sheer cold. Goku now finally gets NKZ, and this flip looks like it should be coming through, but it's slow and laborious for 0-1 Esports. Sheer cold are making them work tooth and nail to get this point.
I think Sheer Cold have to be careful. Obviously, they want to get to 99% and make it almost definitely in the last fight territory, but they've already done that, right, with 93%. If they made that fight extra long, that just allowed 0-1 to build up ultimates, like that barrage, like that minefield. But I think that'll be online anyway for this next team fight. Sheer Cold really have nothing.
Yeah, well, Minefield's out from Apples, and that's just going to cordon off about 4 members of Sheer Cold now, and Crandrop is the only remaining member on the point. As those mines beautifully split up Sheer Cold, who aren't able to really push in and get their hands dirty on that team fight. That's going to be a pretty quick reset for Sheer Cold.
Right, alright, Sheer Cold. What do they have to win this team fight? They've got an Asking with a Deadeye, which is extra helpful. Can use that for a reload or potentially a pick in the sky.
NKZ.
But they've also got to keep NKZ alive with those support ultimates.
Oh, that's really unideal to say the least. And Goku is just lurking with this barrage over these archways. As soon as the go button is pressed for Sheer Cold, that's when Goku's going to want to drop down and let that barrage loose. He's just laying in wait at the moment that he has been spotted out. Maimon going to have to step up as Asking will fall. The nano onto Goku here. And it's just more damage than Sheer Cold can handle realistically. A few members remain and Maimon steps up, but it's going to take even more than that. He's going to have to come up with some absolute massive Herculean heroics to keep this alive. He's hounding down his Tracer counterpart, but gets absolutely glocked by Goku there. The nano onto the soldier in desperation, but Asking the weight of the world on his shoulders. He simply cannot carry that team fight.
0-1 are certainly giving a good count to themselves, aren't they, right? This is Sheer Cold. This is a team that's been in Contenders, even like top 6 in Contenders for the last 2 years, right? 2 full years. Sheer Cold have been at this level, being a really strong identity in the European scene. And 0-1 are certainly taking it to them. That's 299 rounds and winning one of them. Yeah, Sheer Cold were messing around, but they won the one that were kind of messing around. And on that map, yeah, Sheer Cold, they made a couple of questionable decisions. They lost NKZ's mech early in that fight that they didn't really need to, and they also had the questionable nano on the NKZ to shut out the fire, and really, you're Asking, right? I don't know why you wouldn't nano the McCree in that situation. I mean, obviously, if you just want to nullify the fire, that makes sense, but NKZ was unable to do that. Into the next round, though, Sheer Cold, similar composition to what they've been running so far. Lucid, though, gonna go over to the back seats, maybe just to try and put more pressure on the skies. I don't really like it, though, because I think the nano boost is so powerful in this situation.
Yeah, who is the Baptiste even helping realistically? The only static character really is Asking on the Soldier, and even static's an overstatement for Soldier 76 with his, well, when he locks those legs. So, the Baptiste, Lisa might be... Oh my god, from Asking! The Helix rocket downtown Charlie Brown just finishes off Yubi. He's resurrected up, but that's expended for this fight now, which... You know, you're not going to shake a stick at that. And Asking is charging his visor as fast as Maimon is charging his Pulse Bomb of all things. Goku will fall to Asking now, and clearly you can tell Sheer Cold are not messing around anymore. They're going for the kills. Maimon will fall, but again, it's pretty inconsequential. A second Helix rocket to the face onto Yubi, and dropping the Twinings on top of him is Asking. He's had enough messing around.
honestly, right, sometimes, you know, you can analyze Overwatch all you want, right? This competition's better than this one plays nicely on this map, but sometimes you just have a player like Asking who could just take the game into their own hands, and they've got a tactical visor already, the pulse bomb's online as well. This approach is going to be quite difficult for O1, particularly because they don't really have anything to get them into the fight besides a defense matrix.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. You're walking into the pulse bomb, you're walking into that visor. The aggression actually comes out from O1 Esports first. This visor has been very well zoned, in fact. It gets absolutely nothing from Asking, realistically, not even pressure. It's just been completely kited away. Apple's feeling the heat, but it's the nano onto Goku. And this is dangerous. Lucer goes down. That immortality field doesn't last too long. Direct rocket onto Asking, sends him right back to spawn, and the DMEC 2 for good measure. That is disgusting.
Goku's kind of good at fire.
Yeah, he's alright.
Yeah. You know what? I kind of just go, well, Apples is in the kill feed, right? Apples is such a flexible player. They play like flex support, off tank, and now main tank this year. They played so many roles, and they've been pretty adequate at all of them. And now finally in Contenders Trials this year, did pretty well on this wrecking ball for this O1 team. And going in that last team fight, next team fight though, it's going to be a challenge because they're probably going to be zoned out by the amplification matrix, and then it's going to be on to NKZ. What can you do with the self-destruct? How do you set up Asking in this team fight with that self-destruct?
And the thing is, pushing into this Pharah now is just a nightmare. And look at the pressure Asking's under immediately. As soon as he goes through, he's forced to drop his healing station down, as he's just pile driven. Like, Apples has got his number at the moment, and it's just not leaving him alone at all. Eventually, he will be taken out, and that's going to make a hell of a lot of space to push on forward. Maymon's going to spot out the Pharah now. You get a clean one clip. This could be dangerous. The Hakon's Asking, the EMP committed, and the barrage over the top, though. That's beautifully done, the double kill. And this, I mean, this is looking uncomfortable for Sheer Cold, dare I say.
Yeah, honestly, that was pretty perfect, Circle. They used the self-destructor onto the probably the Pharah to try and create a little bit of space, but it didn't really work out because as soon as they did, NKZ was popped while they were out of the mech, and then the barrage came in. It was a pretty easy team fight for O1, but there's tools available now for Sheercall. Attack fights and pulse bomb.
Oh, good sleep there to stop Apples in his tracks. The pulse bomb goes wide though, so doesn't net them anything, but Apples eventually falls. Goku's just taken so much space with this nano, but in fact the rest of his team are crumbling around him. He's got to do more, and he's going for the tanks who are rather healthy at present. He's forced to back away with that nano on top of him. Oh.
Yeah, they don't even have to use the tactical visor or the minefield. They just kind of use the Valkyrie to get players into the fight, make things a little bit easier, make their DPS kind of a little bit like less weight on their shoulders, right? They have a little bit more freedom to play with. And that's definitely super helpful when you're playing heroes like Soldier 76 and Tracer, who like to get around, like to flank, like to cause a little bit of chaos. Lucer slept though. If they can keep them alive, they'll have a nano boost as well.
Oh, the visor's so good, it takes out Goku immediately. You can see Asking had the pocket and the nano on top as well. Now the self-destruct comes through and it zones Asking away. That allows the remake and the resurrect to come on through. That nano visor was all for naught, realistically. You get the mech back and you get the Pharah back. 90%
Barrage
on the point though.
Online soon. EMP, online soon. This could be bad for Sheercore.
It's really good. Lucer though takes out one immediately. Yubi gets the hack onto Krandop. Finishes him off. The barrage is laying in wait though. Look at this, he lets it loose. Goku takes out Asking, but it's Ange on the mercy with the Valkyrie to get the resurrect and the final blow. It's Apples though, and the EMP just misses Asking. Right place, right time, and he gets it done, and he's now uncontested to shoot Vish in a barrel. Nano though onto Mo, and he's gonna be so deadly in the face of Asking, but he looked away for just a moment, and Navilera, wait!
Sheercore win it!
They C9'd again! Well, they didn't, but O1 had a C9, and so did Sheer Cold on this map, and it goes the way of O1.
I think that Mo was slept off the point, like on the stairs. That was like millimeter stuff. That map really could have gone the way of Sheercore, or sorry, O1, but it goes the way of Sheercore. Oh my god. That was a map and a half, wasn't it? That was insane. Both of these teams maybe a little bit closer than we think. However, it is also control. That game type does always favour like an OTP team, someone that likes to call chaos because it's a chaotic game mode in its own right. So maybe you might see Sheercore settle into this series, but with what that map provided us, I hope it doesn't. I hope it's crazy chaos the whole way.
I think that's exactly what Oasis has promised us there, is that both teams look like they can really bring it. They understand their win conditions. They're going into their fights organized. As much as it does look chaotic, there's clearly team plans in place for those fights. Goku on the Pharah looked absolutely nasty as well. Absolutely nasty. And we're singing the praises of Asking. But Goku looked phenomenal. If Goku wasn't kept in check, he was absolutely excellent. But the same could be said for Asking as well. So it really is the duel of these two DPS. Who can pop off harder? And I'm all for it.
Yeah, I feel like there's kind of like win conditions in this matchup, and like some players are kind of nullified, right? I feel like both of these main sports are very, very similar in how good they are at like level of play. INJ and Levitate are both very, very good. They're both very flexible. I think they'll both be considered setting tempos pretty consistently throughout the series. I don't think there's going to be a situation in the series where one main sport is setting tempo better than the other, or one main sport's lacking. Flex Sport, I think both Flex Sports or even one who's just playing Lucio are going to be quite neutralized throughout the rest of the series. So let's look at the rest of it, right? Apples, Panda, they're both playing a lot of Wrecking Ball. They're both pretty good at Wrecking Ball. I kind of want to cancel them on it as well. So let's talk about Goku Asking. Right, let's start with those two, because those two seem to be the big players, the big flaggers in the lobby right now. So obviously you've got Hitscan versus Thor matchup that's available, right? Then we got Will or W Momo taking on Yubi. Their job is practically to isolate the diva on the other side. So that means NKZ and Imo are the other critical factors, right? Because if they get kind of taken away by a Tracer player, right? Then it's Goku and Asking's time, right? Goku and Asking, if there's no diva to kind of protect the backline, they will be involved in the team fight. They will be getting kills. So those are kind of the three parts of this matchup we have to really look at instead of.
I will say, I do think that Apples was shut down a lot more than Crandop through that series. It seemed like Crandop was popping up in the kill feed a lot more than Apples. Apples played a very sacrificial lamb version of Wrecking Ball there, I think. He went in, he drew out the cooldowns, and if he died, he died. Like, that's fine. It means that there's no sleep for Goku to go in with Barrage, for instance. Whereas Crandop was playing for his life a lot more, and eventually over the longer team fights that went on, it really did pay off, because I think Crandop did pop up in the kill feed a lot more than Apples did.
Yeah, I think Crandop is the better ball player, but I think in terms of how this match is going to go, I don't think that the bigger picture really is in the Wrecking Ball players here. I think they're both very, very talented Wrecking Ball players. I think Crandop is probably the better one in the lobby, but well, we'll have to wait and see if that even becomes a picture in this next lobby match, because we are going to be heading over to Volsky Industries, my favorite map in the game.
Oh, really? Well, this is going to be interesting, because again, both teams can still play those, well, exactly the comps that they had going into Oasis. Realistically, you can still play the Wrecking Ball, you can still play that Diva. The Soldier, if you so choose it, with that Tactical Visor buff that he recently underwent, he has no damage drop-off when he's using that Visor, which means if you're Pharah, you've got to get right the hell out of the way. So, I mean, do you think that that's what we're going to see coming up from Asking? Do you think it's going to be more of a McCree-centric composition? How do you see this going in your head?
We could see Ash or Honzo as well on this map, just because of the high grounds around the map. You know, like McCree is kind of going to be kind of neutralized. I mean, you might see Soldier. Soldier has been run a little bit more recently. I still don't think Soldier's as good as Ash or even Honzo. But we really don't want to run the Honzo into Pharah. The question is, does Goku even come out on this map, right? I think Go1 do have other DPS options in their roster, if I'm not mistaken. And Pharah is not really a good pick on Volsky Industries. I think the reason is because it's just the high grounds you've got on that defense to try and deal with Pharah, and there's not that much cover in the air that Pharah can deal with until point B. So Pharah kind of struggles on point A of this map.
I was going to say, yeah, she certainly struggles on point A, and I would say on point B as far as the attack is concerned. If you're on the defense, though, having a Pharah, having Goku, for instance, fly around that truck area on point A, that choke point, that first initial one, to try and catch out perhaps an Anna or a Baptiste, whatever you may choose, to come in off the back of your dive, that could be very punishing. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Goku stay in, and indeed he is. If they're on defense first, though, on esports, which they are, yeah, not at all surprised to see Goku on the Pharah.
Yeah, so that's kind of weird to see why would Shirko's attack first, right? Because that is kind of what one's going to be better at, particularly if you know that Goku's going to be in the lineup, or maybe they didn't think Goku was going to be in the lineup. Shirko on their offense, I wouldn't be surprised to see Asking walk out in the Torp. You sometimes see attackers here play Torbjorn to try and nullify Tracers and Sombras, because Tracer and Sombra are both so good on defense in this map. Sombra mainly because of the mega health pack to the left of point A from the defender's perspective. It's so powerful. In fact, you used to play Sombra as a flex support in this map, just to control that mega health pack. So a Tracer's really annoying to deal with, but no, Asking going over to the Soldier 76 wants to take that battle with Goku as much as they can.
He can also quickly get through this choke point as well. He locks those legs, he goes on in, and he can get a high ground position, much like Maimon will be able to on this Tracer. Look how deep already Crandop is. Like, he's so in there already, and he's feeling the heat a little bit alongside Maimon, and gonna have to get on out as quick as he can. Maimon will fall, and that's just gonna slow this down a little bit. As this slow rotation onto the left-hand side, if you're the attackers, this is nice. I like this.
Well, the problem is now how do you get Asking into this space without just a huge chunk of matrix to deal with Goku, right? Because when you walk out here, you're just going to absolutely massive amount of damage from Goku.
Yeah, you certainly might be, but look, no hesitation coming out from Crandrop and Maimon, who are working in tandem at the moment to try and dislodge the support line of O1 Esport, but Goku wrapped around on this, and like you said, this is going to be so difficult to get through, especially with NKZ being hacked on up. Oh, and the concussive blast onto Asking sends him straight to the point, but he's almost got this visor online. He could definitely utilize it if he chooses to, with the sleep of the Maimon, and Asking goes down. Everything goes wrong there for Sheer Cold, really. Even though NKZ takes out Yubi, look, they're castaways at this point now. NKZ and Ange are just stuck.
I mean, alternatively, you could go for like a Winston instead of Wrecking Ball here and try and just put everything on the loose. But Sheer Cold have used the Valkyrie here. I don't think this fight's winnable at all.
This is optimistic at best. The Resurrect onto Crandop means that there's maybe a moment. It forces Barrage, and you trade the Mercy away for that Barrage and a second kill for Goku. This looks very comfortable from O1, and Sheer Cold look like they're struggling for answers. 2 minutes left as well. Oh my word, from Goku.
Yeah, 2 minutes left. Goku's just going to clean this up, right? Or maybe even go for Asking here.
Oh, my God, he's unstoppable on the Pharah. That's just beautiful. As everyone's scrambling to get back out, Goku just picks them apart.
Yeah, and also they're kind of like in a neutral territory when it comes to EMP here, so Yubi used that in the first team fight, or the first engagement, and it's now 41% back to that, when realistically should be 0. Sheer Cold should have reset it instantly. Yubi would maybe be 13% to this EMP instead of 40, so I'm not too sure, but Sheer Cold will have resources for this team fight, right? They got 4 ultimates, maybe 5. They got to put a lot of pressure on the Goku early on, and then maybe go for that back line.
One good pulse bomb is what Maimon needs to open this up, but it's the visor, in fact, that just clips Goku's wings immediately there. The pulse bomb's good as well. It takes out Apples, but both supports are still alive and kicking for O1. This isn't over just yet, but it's a bloody tall order at this point. The Valk will come out from Navalira, and the Nano's available, but I mean, in what world are you investing here?
I mean, realistically, all you might invest the Nano Race onto the Sombra just to build EMP for point B, right? That might be something you do, but I don't think that's even going to be something they even consider. I mean, they used a Mind Tail from Apple, so they are desperate.
They are a little optimistic, I would say, going for that, because someone has to get onto the point, not another C9. Surely, if you're investing ultimates, you want to keep fighting this, but nobody's there. Less of a C9 than Oasis, to be sure, but investing those mines, a little questionable.
There's snowball opportunity because O1 are going to struggle to get set up on point B. Tuckbud is going to be online mid-team fight. The support ultimate on Anubis is going to be able to get Sheer Cold in. And then it's all up to the DPS. It's all up to NKZ and Crandop to let them do whatever they want in this team fight. The freer that Sheer Cold's DPS are, the more value they'll get.
Yeah, well, here we go. The manual hack comes on through onto NKZ, but the minefield is dropped. Nano to bail them out, and Lucer's rather low. Forces out Valkyrie from Ange there, and Goku starts this off. EMP is good onto Crandrop and Maimon there, but the picks don't go their way. Self-destruct in desperation now for the defense as Asking gets resurrected, who, like you said, is so close to this visor now. It's all gone wrong for O1 Esports here. The visor is locked and loaded, but there's no one in sight. Everyone's been cleared off the point. 2 ticks are required, and the self-destruct from NKZ over the top takes care of Immortality Field. The sleep to stop the barrage. Goku was the saving grace, but it wasn't to be. Only Asking will fall, and it's a matter of time. Unless O1 Esports can come up with a miracle here. Yubi starts off well by taking out Ange, but it's going to take more than that to finish that off. And Sheer Cold looking very, very deadly on Volskaya here. It's just the remaining members now, and soon enough they will fall short of a miracle, Ocean.
Yeah, honestly, I think that snowball was opened up by 0-1. You rarely see that, the defense kind of opens up the snowball for the offense. But investing in that team fight on point day was poor. It was a really, really, really poor decision. I think the minefield, realistically, that team fight could have been on a knife's edge because it is the second point of assault. And obviously, they would have probably got more value out of the EMP as well, with the Wrecking Ball having a little bit more license to get forward with the minefield. So,
yeah, I mean,
I have to say, I think they threw that away.
I kind of agree with you. And again, like, it's hard to not harp on about one misused ultimate, but when it's right there staring you in the face, I mean, what a different team fight that would have been for Sheer Cold if Minefield was on point as they tried to engage, right? That's all Apples has to do there for point B, but clearly they thought it was winnable, and well, they've made their bed, and now they've got to sleep in it. 2 minutes 8 on the clock for Sheer Cold. O1 Esports have got a tall order.
I didn't expect that analogy at all.
You not heard that one before?
No, I haven't.
No?
No, never.
Oh, well.
I like it. I've heard
There you go. That's one in your back pocket.
Eat it. I've heard of that one. I've used that.
That's different. That means something different.
Oh,
you made your bed, now you got to sleep in it. Yeah.
Yeah, well let's talk about that. So Goku obviously cannot play the far early offense here. That's not an option. So Goku's going to go over to the Ash. Obviously, by keeping Goku in, they felt that the Pharah benefit on defense was going to be good enough. But I think I come back to it that they kind of threw everything away. Sheer Cold, they took advantage of it. That's brilliant. Sheer Cold, they were kind of expected to once they had the opportunity to capture, and they did everything they needed to. So credit to them, but. You have to wonder with how good O1's holding point A actually was until the end, and what could have been.
Yeah, look at Apples just taking a boatload of damage immediately as he goes on through there. Again, like, I feel like Apples just is the battering ram for his team at the moment. It's Krandop, in fact, who's really low at the end of that exchange, and nobody's there to help him just yet. It's Apples, 41 HP, 31. He's in so much trouble, but he doesn't go down despite all odds. This has just turned into a completely scrappy fight, but Asking goes down immediately, as does Ange. This is going to be a big old time bank going into point B already for O1 Esports. That is blisteringly fast.
They actually go with Goku on the far, so I have to wonder, how did Goku even get into that fight? Right, at all? Because surely, if the approach was slower to let Goku get into the fight, WMAMO was going to get a lot of value, but maybe because they went over to that right-hand side so early and forced the team fight there, it allowed for Goku to actually come in. I think that's exactly what happened, actually. Just kind of thinking through it in my head, they forced the team fight on the right-hand side. That means Goku could come in on the left, and that means the engagement is so much easier, so much cleaner for O1. Is the snowball on? Potentially, if you begin land a pulse bomb.
Oh, what a boop! What a boop! And Apples is caught. Oh, but what a beautiful stick from Yubi to answer it back. Just the alley-oop as clean as you like it from the Tracer to get rid of 2 pivotal pieces of Sheer Cold's defense. Now the ticks are rolling on in, and it is proper DEFCON 5 here for Sheer Cold. The Nano's committed onto NKZ, and they've got their self-destruct ready to go. Krandrop will fall to the self-destruct. Now the visor is back. Slightly belated from Asking, but he's getting the job done. He's good for 1, but the barrage is out from Goku. This really is an all-out sluggerfest. Resurrect is good onto Asking, but Ant pays for it with their life, and the numbers are certainly dwindled for the defense now. The minefield ready for Krandop. He's got to let them loose now, but he's so very low himself. Apples is going low as well, though. It's just so scrappy. The pulse bomb finishes off Apples, and if there's enough time left in the bank, Maymon might just turn this on its head. The dwindling resources from O1 Esports simply aren't there anymore. Yubi, though, gets 2 back on the Symmetra of all things to finish off 2 players, and Goku's in trouble as well as Asking's back into the fray. That should have been O1 Esports all day long, but the DPS and Krandop come up big.
This is such a mad game of Overwatch. I think that's the only word you can use to describe what is going on right now. Like yep. Seriously. And yeah, that potentially Apple's going off the map at the start of the team fight. but then Yubi saving it with the pulse bomb. As soon as that pulse bomb came out, realistically, O1 should have won that team fight, but they didn't. Share code, just got a pick here and there, and usually that's enough on assault. I think that the fact that you have DPS who could get those picks here and there, like asking, like WMAMO, it is so critical for Share Code to have these players. They only really have a tactical visor and a self-destruct, but that should stop Goku from getting into the team fight.
Well, you would have thought so, and look how, oh no, the visor comes out, but Goku was lurking. Neither player goes down, though. It's actually Yubi who dies to the attack visor of all things. There certainly wasn't expected, and Goku and Navalira are going to hightail on out of there, but look who's laying in wait for them. They actually don't escape with their lives. And that is beautiful aggression coming out from Sheercold to mop up the end of that team fight.
I'm really looking at WMAMO and NKZ. In the next team fight, they've kind of come up clutch, and the reason they've got to come up clutch, maybe even Crowned Up as well, but now Crowned Up's dead, that's kind of a non-factor, is on approach. This is the most important thing. It's really hard to approach team fights with a Pharah. If NKZ can catch out Goku, then realistically, there's no real way that O1's going to beat Sheercold's time bank. But then also, once Goku gets into the team fight, that self-destruct miss or WMAMO can't really do something at the other end of things with this pulse bomb. They've got a nano barrage Pharah in the team fight, and it's Goku as well. That's scary.
Oh, Maimon is caught completely without the aid of his team. Oh my god, 18 HP. Elusive doesn't hit the sleep, and it's clear skies for Goku now. He drops the barrows, but the defense matrix is there for the most part. He does get the D-Mech, and asking doesn't know where Goku is. He's wrapped around the back of the Mega Health Pack room to finish off him. And now with the soldier missing, this is disaster. EMP for good measure now, and it really is. That is curtains, surely, for Sheercold's defense here. Finishing with a very, very similar time bank, mind you. Well, yeah, no, that's going to be completely it.
Wow, both teams have very similar time banks as well as we kind of go into the next round. But I was kind of talking about NKZ for a very obvious reason, right? NKZ can either peel for Lucifer as soon as that Nano goes on to the Pharah, or could just throw a self-destruct at the Pharah. And I think that was definitely a valid option there. Because as soon as Goku got that kill onto Maimon on the Tracer, it was go time, right? Like there was no other option. It was go time for O1. So they put the Nano onto the Pharah. That Pharah is going to be playing extremely aggressive, going for the backline. Why not just throw a self-destruct at it? Or, you have the option of just going onto your Ana and peeling. I think NKZ kind of got a little bit lost there. Of course, asking then, unfortunately, just kind of walked into Goku as they were kind of rotating out of the team fight and then coming back in. That was a little bit unfortunate, but I think Sheercold need to be a little bit more proactive than that, especially when playing against Goku's Pharah, a hero that Goku's notorious for, but Pharah, of course, is notorious as a hero for struggling to get into team fights. I think Sheercold have got to be better around O1's approach play.
Well, it's worth noting as well that Nano onto Goku happens when he's at 18 HP. Asking does make getting in for Goku very difficult there, but he just can't finish the kill. He's one shot off taking Goku down. And that then gives him the Nano. Goku goes in for the barrage, gets the D-Mech, takes out Asking. So one bullet away, and that's a very different team fight.
Yeah, now, let's see if they can adjust for this Goku out of this team. I wonder if O1 are going to go for the similar approach, trying to go around that right-hand side and force resources of Sheercold over there, and allowing Goku to come in over the left and actually get into the team fight. Otherwise, Asking is going to stay on the high ground and make things really difficult for Goku.
Oh my goodness, Asking just took a direct rocket to the face, and look at the aggression immediately coming out from Apples. Ange goes down as Yubi's good to follow up on the pile driver, and it's all falling apart immediately for Sheercold again. Oh, Naviliera goes so very low there, but doesn't get taken out by Maimon, who's so close to finishing him off, just can't do it. A good conk blast from Goku, and Crandrop is inches away from the edge there. 101 HP and not much to speak of. No ticks on the board as Maimon is kept alive, and the Tracer is really the backbone of the defense currently.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good at the all on WMAMO if they're going to get anything here, but I don't think it's really possible for Sheercold to fight back. They maybe get a little bit of extra time off the bank, which means it's probably only one or maybe 1.5 good pushes for O1 on point B.
Oh, look at how aggressive O1 are going on to Ange there, just every time to take out the Mercy first. It's such good target prioritization, and it's absolutely lethal for the backline of Sheercold. It's really picked apart the defense here. Like you said, a minute on the clock here, though, and they can end here with 4.
yeah, it's kind of one team fight really with how long the team fights are on Volskaya point B. And look what's online. Look who's available. It's Goku. They don't really have too many resources to set them up though.
A deep minefield from Apples just makes holding in that position for Lucer very, very difficult. Barrage is so good. Wait, Maymon, he recalled into the barrage of all things. Talk about unlucky, and they're gonna have time in the bank here, Ocean, I think.
Yeah, I think they're gonna cap both points. They've got the Soundbar to reinforce this as well. Lucer is not long for this world.
Not at all. The self-destruct on top of the points. Well, the stick kill, but yeah, the recall away from the self-destruct just means nobody's going to be on that point in 27 seconds. Means we're going on Volskaya.
They cap with time. Like, seriously.
They cap
started that
with
run
time.
with 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and they cap with both points with 27 seconds left. That's like a minute and a half, right, off the time bite, but 2 minutes if you factor in you get 30 seconds after capturing point A. Jericho, they kind of made similar mistakes to what they did on their defense previously, which was, like, what, 5-10 minutes ago? Realistically, I think they should be better prepared for that engagement down the right-hand side from the offender's perspective from O1. That was par from Share Cold. And then I think the reason, usually O1, you'd see an Ono with this sort of composition, and you try to focus that, and that's, you maybe got to Lucer. But Lucer, we kind of talked about it earlier, is it going to really have an effect in this series? ANJ is on Jizz, because that's the resource that Asking is getting. And you kind of pair it up. We've kind of been pairing up the series. Asking versus Goku has determined a lot of team fights, right? And let's be real. Killing ANJ is so important in this series, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, they've really acknowledged their win condition beautifully here. And you be on that Sombra, I really like that. To just keep Krandop in check and Maymon, who's going to be going for these flanks. They don't want to run the Brigitte, so instead you can play that Sombra in that bruiser Dorman type role to just protect your backline. And look, as Krandrop goes through, just as I was saying it, he's hacked up and goes down immediately. It's the easiest kill of Yubi's career.
Yeah, and this is so critical because you kind of need your main tank here to kind of set up any sort of engagement. Because when you kind of engage at Krandop, O1 are kind of forced to think about that at least, which means Asking can get themselves onto this high ground. If Asking can't get onto this high ground, they're kind of locked up. And that means there's nothing really that Asking could do in this map, in this team fight. If they are kind of locked in a room, unable to do anything.
Oh dear. Oh, the Conch Blast doesn't catch Krandop. And look at Krandop going for Navalera there, takes him down with the aid of NKZ. This might open it up similarly to how O1 did, with both supports missing. Goku surely gone down. He gets a boot kill on his way out, but shouldn't matter all that much, so long as the kills come in quick now for Sheer Cold.
Yeah, I think Sheer Cold will capture point 10. They have the opportunity to snowball because they're going to have the Tech Visor, they're going to have Spawn as well, so they've got options in this next team fight. The problem is, realistically, how do they deal with Goku again? And, it might be a little bit boring to try to hear Goku is the win condition over and over again. But realistically, if you've watched O1 over the past year, Goku is the win condition for this team a lot of the time. If not, it'll be like a Yubi pole spawn that will win in team fights, or like a massive self-destruct. Otherwise, it's Goku, and it's only Goku. Yubi's not dying here, though.
That's disaster. The Tac Visor's out, and the space it creates is devastating now for that retake onto this site. The Nano's got to be committed onto Goku, who has the barrage ready to go, and Asking goes down. This isn't looking good for Sheer Cold at all. Look how deep Goku's gone to get that kill onto Lucer, and it just leaves everyone on Sheer Cold scratching their head. What happened to the Pharah? Well, Asking goes down, and Goku is free as a bird.
So now the real thing was that, they knew the barrage was going to be on, and they knew they were probably going to nano the fire or whatever, and because he was probably going to have to try and deal with that. They do have one more team fight, but this team fight, there's like an EMP, there's a self-destruct online, you could potentially even combine the two. It's not really too common to see that at the high level, but yeah, now you're pushing into the EMP, and your only resource is maybe a nano boost and a minefield.
Well, Ange only just swapped to this Brigitte, but you could see a shield bash coming up potentially. Nope, it's used on the Wrecking Ball, and the EMP is so very good. There's the minefield. Maymon is good for one, but it's going to take so much more than that. A tick is acquired, but it's desperation hour for Sheer Cold. Now, I want to NKZ, rather than the Tracer who is encroaching on their Pulse Bomb, this is just going to be completely to stall at the moment. There's the self-destruct, but it's booped away and doesn't net them much. The remake, though, forces the fade out from Musa. from one part of me, and NKZ is just so black and blue at the moment, in so much danger. The D-Mech is through, and it's just a matter of time here for Sheer Cold. The number's surely up. Yubi does fall, and that leaves the defense a little worried, potentially. The Apples goes for the kill, the C9, there it is. And 0-1 Esports, they draw the series 1-1.
Yeah, well, we were kind of talking here, Sheer Cold, they're the best team in trials, and I think, it's safe to say that, right? It was extremely safe to say that. Sheer Cold have been top of European Overwatch for an extremely long time. But 0-1, they're stepping up to the plate here today. I think they've been absolutely excellent. They probably should have taken Oasis, they didn't quite do it. But of Volskaya Industries, they were absolutely excellent. And you know what? Volskaya was a questionable map pick for them. It is usually extremely hard to get into team fights with Fora, your win condition, in this series so far on Volskaya Industries, because there's not really any cover in the air, it's quite open. But they've made it work so far. Goku's been immense, asking not quite up to the task on that map, something you don't normally say about this player. We'll see if this track continues to fall, because if it does, 0-1 will probably win the series.
Well, it certainly could. Asking, yeah. I mean, maybe that was a case of, rather than running the Mercy to pocket Asking, do you run the Brigitte to stop the dive coming in on Asking to try and protect the President a bit more? Is it more of that case, rather than pocketing Asking out and out with the Mercy?
Or even you could have went with it as a different approach, like you maybe could have went Brigitte Zenyatta. Pressured players out constantly. You usually see Brigitte Zenyatta in other regions, and we've seen it here in Europe today. Brigitte Zen is, they know that it's an option, but it's something they haven't really elected to do. Or even realistically, you could put Asking on here like Widowmaker or Ashe, and just, if you really, really, really wanted to focus on Asking versus Goku, that would have been a better option. I think Ashe should have been the choice.
Yeah, it certainly could be the case. Hindsight's 2020 for Sheer Cold, though, as 0-1 Esports draw the series 1-1. We're going to head to a short break, but map 3 is coming up just after this. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. Well, it was a series that promised not to disappoint, and that's exactly what we've got here, Ocean. 1-1 Sheer Cold versus 0-1 Esports. 0-1 with an upset on Volskaya, realistically.
Yeah, Sheer Cold, we're not really caring about, how this affects Trials. I think both these teams will probably, or almost definitely make it through Trials. I think that's kind of out of the question, that either of these teams will be eliminated from Trials. But going into Contenders is what we're kind of looking at here. What are these two teams going to be able to do? Sheer Cold, they've been top 6 realistically the past 2 years, right? 0-1. They've never really made an impact on Contenders, have they? And today they're kind of showing they might be able to do that. It's been really, really excellent today. Although I think they're going to have to change some things up here on Havana. Havana, very long sideline map. There's almost no cover in the air. Surely not this time around, they're going to play the Fora. Because with Sky Industries, it was ridiculous enough that they got value out of the Fora, but here, if they get value out of the Fora on this map, I don't know, I promise to never watch the token giveaway or something.
Or someone's got to check Asking's PayPal to see if Goku's been transferring in some money, because there's no way that Asking would let Goku get away with Farah on Havana, and obviously that is why Sheer Cold are taking 0-1 to this map, right? Big open sightlines on first, big open sightlines on third. It's going to be very difficult to get value out of that, and very likely we're going to just see double shield coming out from both these teams, right, Ocean?
Yeah, double shield overall is surprising to Havana. I actually have never understood why Brawl is okay on this map. I kind of understand why I'm playing B, but Brawl has always been okay here, right? Like standard Brawl, Diva Reinhardt, Mimicry, Lucio Baptiste has always been pretty good here. Not sure why. Has been.
I think certainly for those first spawn door holds, that doesn't need any explanation for that, but I suppose there are a lot of corners that you can post your Reinhardt up at to make retaking the cart rather difficult. I don't imagine that's what we'd see from both these teams, especially with how the meta is right now. I think that you are just, teams tend to lean more towards the double shield. It's very durable with the Baptiste and the Brig, or if you want to get a little greedier with it, a bit more glass cannon, you can go for that Baptiste Zenyatta composition for that little extra bit of firepower. But I mean, double shield at the moment is as durable as Brawl, so why would you play Brawl?
I think the other thing is that we could just see poke compositions for Wrecking Ball Sigma, obviously, bucause I think Quandop is very good Wrecking Ball, Apples is a very good Wrecking Ball, 0-1 traditionally prefer to play Wrecking Ball, and by the way, Quartz is in the lineup, no Goku. I'm not doing a giveaway, I guess. And both these teams are going to default to the Wrecking Ball Sigma or double shield, kind of what we expected. We see Buckbrig on the defense, pretty solid support line. It's got a lot of stability just in itself, with the two supports be able to play together. Inspire plus regen burst healing is nothing to kind of side chat if you really get stuck. And also, we're going to see Asking go over to the Widowmaker to try and take this hit scan matchup, Widowmaker versus Ashe. Usually favors the Widowmaker, and particularly with the long sight lines, could be pretty good. Now, another thing that Sheer Cold have to be careful of is if Asking kind of gets doubled up on in like the sniper duel, where it has to UB and Quartz. So that's something that WMAMO is going to have to really deal with. Try and pressure those snipers or long range DPS on 0-1 to try and stop them from ganging up on Asking.
Oh, that's so nice from Yubi, just opening it up immediately, taking out Asking, and, there's your long-range threat completely eradicated right at the beginning, Sheer Cold. What are you going to do about it? Oh my goodness, with main one going down as well, that's disastrous for Sheer Cold.
Yeah, this is not good at all. I'm surprised to see Apples on the Arista, but they've been pressing forward well. Usually when you have an inexperienced Arista player, they struggle to take a lot of space, but it's not been a problem with 0-1 Esports at all. They've been enjoying this double shield versus double shield long range poke matchup. It's been really good for them so far, but Sheer Cold will still get another fight on point A. Nothing really to set anything up though, so it's really going to depend on how they set this fight up. They're going to have the Arista coming from the high ground, Asking on the left. How is everyone else going to get involved?
Well, this is a tight angle for Asking to perform from, right? Realistically, you want your Widow on the other side, and Lusa goes down early to Quartz, unchecked. Is the Ashe in the back? One does fall though, and Yubi's just got Asking's number there on the Hanzo. No hesitation, no fear, just waltzed right up to him and finishes him off. That's about as bad a defense as you can possibly have on first Havana.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have never seen 0-1 not play a Wrecking Ball comp, right? So that's even more concerning. Sheer Cold, you know, they're the favorites to be the best team in Trials. They're the favorites to win this series. Not showing it right now, though, and now they kind of have to walk through a tight space with Dragon Strike online for Yubi. This is not easy for them to get through. They've not got Halt to deal with. This is not good for them. And if they stay there any longer and kind of linger, then Immo is going to have that Gravitic Flux online.
Yeah, and all the map control at the moment is taken by O1 Esports, so yeah, Sheer Cold are going to have to walk up and try and do something about that. Drop force use that Fortify early on, and it's an amplification matrix in answer back, which eventually takes down Crandrop there. Look at the wraparound from Maimon, though. Gonna try and make something happen! Yubi has been on form with this Hanzo, absolutely on fire, keeping the DPS of Sheer Cold in complete check, and you can look, they don't even want to take this double shield duel anymore. Crandrop's gone to Wrecking Ball, maybe just to stall, but they do not want to give this up. The second point, Asking Falls! Well, the amplification matrix comes out, but it is dire straits for Sheer Cold at the moment. Pile driver in for the Wrecking Ball, and he's low. He's so low. He falls down to Yubi, who's been very, very prevalent on this Havana. Gravitic Flux, really just for good measure here from Mo. He's not even got a target for it when all the dust settles. 5 minutes on the clock.
This is absolutely brutal. I think I like the Wrecking Ball swap because maybe you could try and, you know, isolate maybe Immo on the Sigma or one on the Baptiste, but they've given up. They've already gone back to the Arista here, and now they're at a supercharger disadvantage as well. So that supercharger not only going to be used from Apples to potentially win a team fight, but also to build up Immo's Gravitic Flux, maybe the Sport Ultimates as well, maybe one's application matrix.
There it is. That supercharge is just going to force everybody from Sheer Cold all the way back, right the way through the arch. It's just given so much space. No damage comes of it. Nothing to write home about necessarily, but the position that Yubi can posture up on now is quite devastating. The grab flux after the halt is huge, though. Absolutely huge. But it's Ange who goes down initially, and now NKZ is in such a compromised position. He's surely going to be trading his life out for whatever happens here. Luckily, the cavalry have arrived, and Port is a little worse for Wiz as it stands. Crandrop finally getting their hands dirty as well. And yeah, as prophesized, NKZ does fall. That's a one team fight just about for Sheer Cold, but it's anything but comfortable.
Yeah, it's going to kind of slow down now. I think we should slow down the broadcast now as well. Both teams kind of losing players, losing ultimate abilities. The game is just going to slow down to a neutral setting right now. And so one of the main support says go, and they both say go at the same time.
Literally at the same time, the Amp Matrix, the Valk, and the Rally were all popped at the same moment. And that rally doesn't last very long when you've got Hanzo shooting in the arrows. And I think Yubi was good for 4 final blows that fight. This is, I mean, just disastrous. Absolutely disastrous if you're Sheer Cold. But O1 are cruising.
You can't even set Asking up on the high ground anymore because Asking's dead. Alright, and Apple's just gonna have the supercharger soon to just close this out. And even if that doesn't kill you, I'm sure Yubi's Dragon will.
Oh, Crandrop dies right at the beginning. It forces the resurrect out from Ange, who switched off that Brigitte to try and match O1 Esports man for man. But it's just so bad. Crandrop dies again after getting resurrected up, and the numbers simply aren't there. A desperate grab flux, and it is good again from NKZ, but there's no one there to follow up on it, and that's basically 3 minutes in the bank for O1 Esports. My word, they're feeling themselves.
We are witnessing something like I can't believe I'm witnessing right now. Sheer Cold are undoubted favourites for this series. They're undoubted series to go, undoubted favourites to go and beat them in trials. Maybe drop 2 maps. That's how good Sheer Cold are on paper compared to everyone else here. O1 have been excellent so far this series. They were really close to taking Oasis. Arguably, should have taken Oasis. Sky Industries, arguably they shouldn't have taken Sky Industries. I thought Sheer Cold kind of let that one slip a couple of times.
Yeah.
Particularly on their defenses, they were quite poor. And here, that was a storming offense from there. Sheer Cold just couldn't get anything going. From the first moment, the first kill onto Asking, O1 were absolutely terrific on their offense at Havana. They never let the momentum slip. That was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Yubi there for some absolute heroics. And I'll say as well, Apples, who you said doesn't really frequent Orisa, having those halts to set up Yubi and to set up the dynamites for Quartz has just been immaculate. It's really worked well. I think this is actually the strongest O1 Esports has looked all series long. On this double shield, they've looked unstoppable, and Yubi especially has been so devastating.
Yeah, as I say, like usually it is quite hard for teams that aren't used to playing a Witcher comps to take team fights on a wrestler, right? They'll usually get a really good early advantage and then not push at all. And that would have made things difficult for them, but they've been absolutely terrific on this map so far. Asking get a stick with the Widowmaker here against the double shield, so obviously looking to take duels, but will he win them?
Well, also, you've got to think you're at a massive shield break deficit as well going into this, but Owen Esports have been sort of pushed into this compromised position. They're getting kills, but if Asking wants to take an off angle, now is the time to do it. Being said, it's not to be, it's just the numbers aren't there for sheer cold, and look how far back Asking is. They can't take any space at all when his teammates are dropping like flies in this small room, and this is when this shield break really comes into play, I reckon.
I want to remind you, that this is sheer cold's map pick. They wanted to force Goku out of the series, right? And they wanted to play a long-range sniper, double sniper, whatever, poke composition versus poke composition. It has not worked out for them at all.
No, it's been completely disastrous, and the resurrect onto UV as well just keeps him up. Quartz falls, and there's no res for him, so that's a good start from Sheer Cold. They might be able to answer back with a similar time bank now if they never stop the payload, though. That's the problem. UV taking this duel. Maymon going to be getting the better of him, and this cap could come through as this fight is staggering out, not in the favor of 0-1. It's Sheer Cold here who hold all the cards.
What I actually want to see from Will or W Maymon is actually them taking a lot of duels as well, and just putting a lot of oppression onto the DPS of 0-1, just by them forcing duels consistently between Hanzo and the Widowmaker of Asking and Will Maymon.
Oh, NKZ with the grab flux to open it up, but he's so hurt. He's got to back all the way up. It's only his kinetic grasp that keeps him alive there. Yugi back on the Symmetra, presumably using that teleport to get back right in the nick of time, but Asking finally pipes up with an answer to the questions that have been posed to him this series. He's got to come up with more, though, as this is a scrappy fight that threatens to go the distance. 8 HP, and with this teleport online, the reinforcements are coming in hard and fast. They just don't get the touch, though, and Sheer Cold, by the skin of their teeth, take that first point.
Yeah, so 0-1, they use the Symmetra there just to get an extra team fight, sort of get a lower time off the clock. I think they can afford to do that, right? They don't really care about anything else right now apart from time back, because they cut with 3 minutes, right? So they can kind of waste as much time as possible and set themselves up for point B and point C, because they attacked first and because they set a really good pace. They kind of know what they kind of want to do here, and now you've got to go for the trace and try and pressure Asking, because they know that Sheer will want to force duels consistently.
The dragons from underneath. It only forces out the immortality field, but that might matter later on. Asking's post up on that left-hand side, but it's Yubi back on the tracer that's going to make Asking's life hell. Here we go, the supercharger down, and Crandrops is lost almost immediately as Yubi's around on the flank to clean it up. And now you can see Crandrop is just completely pincered here. Asking falls pretty uncontested realistically, and that's not what you want from the Widowmaker. A grab flux comes out from NKZ, but very little follow-up once again. Transcendence committed from Lusa as well, and the amplification matrix out from Ange. And they're losing the fight still, Ocean. Wait!
What?
Wait! Maymon may have just turned this fight on his head by doing Hanzo things there. Gets 2 and it's good, but the fight's still not won. NKZ dies. Even with those 2 kills and all those ultimates expended, and Esports are holding on.
I actually want to say what I think is making a massive difference on Sheer Cold's offense. They don't really have a designated main support who can set the pace, do they? Realistically, they've kind of just got 2 flexi points that can just do a lot of damage, right? And that's kind of what those supports do together, just a lot of damage. But they haven't got really anyone to set the tempo. And Navalera has had an absolutely brilliant map so far. Whenever they want to go forward 0-1, it's always at the heart of this Brigitte.
Yubi with the pulse bomb now. The halt is so good, and both tanks caught in that. They're so damaged and dismal. It's a disaster for them. Maymon going to have to come up with something special again here. And look, he can't do anything to stop the onslaught of Yubi and Quartz, who have just walked up onto Lusa and finished him off.
Yeah, I think they're just going to slow down. Why? Because Sheer Cold, they need to think about how to approach this. They don't really have a main support, so they need to set up into a position where they can just create an onslaught instantly as soon as the team fight starts. They've got a Dragon Strike to help them set this up. And then once that happens, they're going to have Supercharger and the Bob as well. So, it's all about the setup here for Sheer Cold. They have to think this through.
Oh, well, Yubi's caught a little bit there on the right-hand side. There's a sort of 2-pronged attack coming out from Sheer Cold. The dragons will come in from the right-hand side, and I presume it's been spotted out, but Yubi, caught by the dragons of all things. Someone who's very mobile being caught out by essentially a very static ultimate. Lucer gets a kill themselves as well, and the Transcendence is online. All of a sudden, Sheer Cold looking pretty good here. A good halt in the aggression. The cutthroat attitude that got Sheer Cold as far as it did, paying dividends there. The Bob is in, and it's traded out for the rally.
I think that's a good trade, though, because that means that now Alera, who's been setting the pace all series long, doesn't have that tool available, but Loser's down anyways.
Oh, you have the Transcendence as well. That really doesn't bode well for this attack, and all of a sudden, there's a minute left on the clock. Krandop is going to do his best here with his own bongo down, but there's so very little that you can do here. It's Asking who does step up eventually and takes out Mo, but Yubi in the back again, just being an absolute menace to the support line, who've got very little answer to him. Now the numbers are thinning out for 0-1, but they've got ultimates to turn this around. The Amp Matrix comes down, as does Bob, and Apples is good for 2. Now Valera will fall to Lucer, and this is back and forth scrappy Overwatch again.
I think I would prefer that. That's what they're used to, right? They've been an OTP team for so long now. They're starting to add a little bit of versatility, but they love a bit of chaos. They thrive on it, and Asking gets caught in the middle of nowhere there. And now Sheer Cold are forced to back off with 20 seconds left. They've got options, though, in this last team fight. If they can get into the last team fight, they'll be looking strong.
Well, just as you said it, that headshot onto Quartz opens things wide up. You've been caught by the second Dragon Strike now on this B attack. I mean, Sheer Cold are looking good to cap this point up now, but, I mean, not with nearly the time bank that 0-1 did.
I mean, honestly, right, realistically, you're going to have a minute and a half to capture point C Havana. That itself is an impossible task, but, you know, you're probably only going to capture it overtime if you cap it all. You're already going to be at, like, a 3-minute deficit?
It's a little rough for Sheer Cold. It's not done yet, but it is going to take some heroics and it is going to take some doing. And 0-1 just want to slow this down as much as they can. They've pushed so far up to take this duel, but Quartz is punished there. Navalera is going to get that resurrect, but I mean, that is expended, and Yubi is being kept in check a lot better now. Is Amp Matrix dueling now, and Ange falls. With the Transcendence online as well for Sheer Cold, just not expended. For whatever reason there, presumably they thought the fight was winnable or it was right at their spawn doors, so they don't want to be putting ultimates into this. Krandrop goes down, and 0-1 Esports come out with that team fight win, and less than a minute on the clock now for Sheer Cold. This is looking rough.
I think they want to keep the Transcendence for when they get to that final corner, but the problem is, you might not get to that final corner if you don't use it soon, right? I mean, Krandrop's at least going to have a supercharger. That's probably all you really have to win this team fight.
Yeah, and if you're not saving Transcendence for Grab Flux, what are you saving it for? Yubi might be caught out there, though. This Quartz is just lumping in damage from on far with that Mercy Pocket. It's making moving up through this channel so very difficult, and, well, okay, Yubi's in trouble. The Bob is sent in, the Cavalry is through, and Quartz, beautiful as you like, and there we go, the Transcendence is through in a 4v6. Asking levels the playing field ever so slightly, but the Resurrect is so good and timely. Wamemon gotta get it done, but there's just no one there, and 0-1 Esports go up in the series, Ocean. We did not expect this.
I'm a little bit startled right now, if I'm
Yeah.
completely honest, right? Sheer Cold, right? They take us to Havana, they force Goku out of the line. That is so often been the win condition for 0-1. It's been the win condition all year for 0-1. It's been Goku. They force him out of the lineup. The win condition that we've seen from 0-1 so often this year is gone. That's an objective completed for Sheer Cold. That is something off the list ticked, right? Then we actually get into the gameplay, and that was a storming win for 0-1. That was very convincing. 3 minutes on the time bank on Havana. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That was immense.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually going to say when first and second were taken really quickly by 0-1, I thought, okay, maybe Sheer Cold are just setting up for that 3rd-point defense. Maybe their game plan is just set up the Sigma and set up Asking on that high ground to just stop anyone who wants to touch car. And you see that very, very often on Havana, that might be your game plan. If it's all gone to pot on the first 2, we've still got our star hit scan player to step up on 3rd point, because ultimately that's what that 3rd point comes down to, is how much your DPS can get done with the space that your tanks are giving them. But it just all fell apart, Ocean. I mean, where to start? What went wrong?
I'm not sure. I don't think it was the map pick. I think they got what they wanted out of the map pick, right? We almost forced Goku out of the lineup. The rest of it was not good. And let's be real, ASCII does not set up this series at all. On Volskaya Industries, they were quite poor. They were demanding a lot of resources to take on Goku. Kind of lost in overall value to Goku. And then when we were taking individual duels here, I think they lost the majority of them. If anything, the player stepping up for sure call was Memo, right? So
yeah,
ASCII's got to step it up. They're one of the best hit scan players in Europe outside the Overwatch League right now. We know this; it's a fact. They've got to step it up, and when they do, Sheercall will be in a much better position for it.
I will say, though, credit to O1 Esports, and especially the DPS line completely turning up there. Yubi and Quartz looked so good. I mean, the Hanzo play from that man was stellar. It was actually stellar. He just wasn't missing. It was incredible from him.
Yeah, I think also Neverella, okay, formerly known as Levitate, was absolutely excellent that map. I think both main supports have been really good this series. But I feel like that Levitate's had a little bit more to play with in terms of setting tempo. I think ANJ has been forced under some different rules. Yeah, ANJ's good at playing Baptiste and he's good at playing a Pocket Mercy, but I think if they give ANJ a little bit more to play with in terms of tempo, that maybe Sheercall will also get a little bit more of a benefit, because I think Levitate's kind of controlling the series right now. I kind of said it earlier in the series, I expect both of these main supports to kind of be neutral in how they're controlling the series, because they're both very capable of it. But Levitate in that last map started to get an edge.
Well, we're heading to King's Row next, so this might be all in, all or nothing from Sheercall, just wanting to brawl, just wanting to run it down mid on King's Row. Is that what you foresee Sheercall trying to do here? Because realistically, Farah's pretty viable on King's Row up until third point, right?
Yeah, I think Farah is a good pick here. They definitely have the option to put Goku back in the lineup, but would you play around with the momentum you have from Havana? I mean, Goku's a very good player, and probably is their best DPS player, but there's so much momentum with the current lineup they have in. And for Sheercall, I would love to see them still play Wrecking Ball Diva here, and just play like a looser Kings Row defense as well as offense. But I don't see it happening. And I think that's one thing that we've actually kind of seen today. Maybe not actually today, but in kind of just the West as a whole throughout trials. None of these teams are really willing to play Winston at all. Even in situations where double bubble comps would be extremely strong, or even like the standard Winston Diva dive comps, no Winston play whatsoever. And I think a lot of these teams in both NA and Europe would benefit a lot from having capable Winston players. Or maybe not even capable Winston players. I'm sure a lot of these main tanks are capable of playing Winston, but being more comfortable with Winston compositions, especially into Brawl. I think Double Bubble, for example, is a great matchup for both Double Shield and Brawl, but none of these teams can really influence that.
Yeah, well, I can't imagine we'll be seeing Winston coming out from either of these teams here. I mean, I like the sentiment that you've got coming in for the DPS line of O1 and the momentum that they're going to be carrying forward going into this match point. The underdogs have done it. They are at match point against the clear-cut favourites of this series. It's all to play for, and it might be a mirror matchup here.
And I think they want to actually ride the defense here, ride the momentum here, because it looks like they're starting on offense, right? Which they kind of have the choice of what they wanted to do here.
Yeah.
So they're going to go offense, and I will be extremely surprised if O1 rock out on standard Brawl with maybe just a Doomfist instead. I would be extremely surprised. There's no way that happens. Sheercall obviously going for something similar, but they're going to run with the Tracer, so Will has obviously decided just doesn't want to play May here in case they play the Flora, which they will. So that Tracer is definitely the wiser choice.
I mean, if ever there was a system to get Asking to thrive, it's going to be with a Reinhardt shield, a Diva Defense Matrix, a Baptiste healing you. So this has got to be where he steps up, but he's dead. He's immediately taken out. Goku just has his number this series and has done all series long. Falling apart a sheer cold here just at the might of Goku and O1. They are just stomping at the moment, and Sheercall don't have an answer. They are still very tentative about getting onto the point with this Wrecking Ball and this Diva. It's going to be a slower approach, but they're certainly in the driver's seat here. And as I say that, Asking is just back from that respawn and manages to take out Apples, and Navalera's in trouble here. Absolutely in trouble. Good peel, though, coming out from Mo, and this is a very compromising position for most players to be in. The Nano's committed onto Goku, and He's got so much to do now, though. It's so many members of his team have gone down. He drops the barrage, but I mean, he only takes out one, and with one going down to Maymon's pulse bomb, this is going to be difficult for 0-1 to capitalize on. I mean, realistically, Asking goes down, though. That is dodgy as all anything. And with this Archway just in complete control of Goku, it's difficult for Sheer Cold to get back through and into the driving seat. It's just all gone wrong for Sheer Cold, Ocean.
Yeah, honestly, Sheer Cold weren't in that archway. You could see them coming back into the team fight, but it was so hard to walk through the archway and deal with Goku at the same time. It was near on impossible. Actually, it was impossible, realistically. It would have to be a big massive from Goku for anything to happen there. And I don't like this Reinhardt comp at all. I hate this Reinhardt pick. You cannot realistically play any sort of Ryan composition into 4 unless you're playing like a full-on rush comp with maybe like a Zarya or a D.Va. It doesn't really matter to me. And you're playing like Somber Reaper or something, but I would prefer that with Winston anyway. I just don't like the Reinhardt pick here against 4. It's way too loose, it's way too immobile, you're going to get caught out a lot. And if it's not by Goku, it'll be a pile drive from Apples on rotation, and now you have an EMP to deal with as well. I don't see Sheer Cool dealing with this next team fight particularly well on this Reinhardt comp.
Yeah, they don't really have an answer. This rotate over the left-hand side might be it to get the drop on 0-1, but whenever there's a Sombra in play, you always have to assume that they know where you are before you know where they are, and that's not the premise that Sheer Cold are operating with at the moment. The Translocator is destroyed, though, so that slows Yubi down. It means that they can't go in for it. It's the self-destruct, the minefield, and the Valkyrie is let loose instead from 0-1 Esports to hound away Sheer Cold. Off of the points as Goku mops up Maymon there. Beautifully done from them, and look at this brawl comp, it's just scattered to the wind. Self-destruct comes out, and the hack onto NK's enemies, he can't get back in his mech. He's perma Baby D.Va at the moment. He will be taken out, and the high noon from Askin gets absolutely diddly squat, Ocean.
Yeah, so honestly, they still have the EMP in the barrage. Yeah, they use Minefield, Self-destruct, Valkyrie at the same time, but that was only to get a foothold in the fight. The real conditions are coming up.
Yeah, this is dangerous, really dangerous. The barrage is just dropped to take out Grand Drop of the fight immediately, and I think that came from a tell from Sheer Cold when they didn't have the Reinhardt, and naturally, you don't want to push anything, so taking that pivotal piece out of this brawl composition is absolutely disastrous, and Maymon doesn't make it out with their lives either. Still the EMP to boot as well.
I don't like this arrested pick either. I want something more. I want Wrecking Ball or Winston here. I don't think that you can really play a risk. Well, you can play a risk into 4. You can obviously play from afar and try and nullify it that way. But I don't think you can do it here on King's Row. I think that realistically, there are so much better options. You're so immobile here, and you're just going to get spammed down.
Well, exactly. Yeah, Asking goes down to Goku, and I was about to say that there's not a better place to counter Afara than on this third point, but it hasn't slowed down Goku one jot. It's going to force Mo back a little bit, though. And again, this slow, methodical approach from 0-1 has worked out so beautifully for them. They've allowed the speed boost to be expended, and then once that's been utilized, after they've got a pick or two, that's when they push on in. And you can see this ebb and flow just be absolutely beautiful from 0-1 Esports now, and Sheer Cold really struggling to come up with an answer. That being said, the EMP is let loose on a 4-man. Goku's got that nano on top of him, but the numbers are thinning for 0-1 Esports, and finally, Sheer Cold look like they've come up with an answer.
Yeah, I think they actually did a really good job of zoning out players after the EMP came out. The EMP it got a lot of members, and in that sense it was good, but it actually wasn't really well timed, and no one really couldn't follow up on that. If that EMP was good, the map could have just been finished there, but Sheer Cold, ANJ, and some other players, notably coming out with some hero plays there, just stopped the snowball coming in.
Oh, the Conk Blast for Grandot puts him in an awkward position, but it's one who falls down first. The minefield claims Asking, though. So this is still far from over, but Resurrect onto 1 is going to make this so much harder for the defense as the barrage is layered on top, and Lusa trades out Goku. This payload's staying here for now as Yubi is halted off the edge. Looks like the answer's been found here, right?
Yeah, I think the problem with Urissa is only if you kind of get outspammed, but I want to finding it quite difficult to get their far into the fight right now, so they're doing a pretty good job of either disrupting their far while they're trying to get in, or just halting other players as well as they try to create space. So you can either halt the Wrecking Ball away, while the Wrecking Ball tries to create space for the far to get into the team fight. That's probably what they're doing, and that's why Urissa has been so effective.
Self-destruct to initiate in, and it claims Asking. Previously swapped over to the Hanzo, it forces the amplification matrix out to try and pump in the damage that will be missing from the Hanzo now, as Maymon's got to go to work. Goku falls, though, and again, that is the pivotal piece. That really is the resurrect and the peel is so good, and Goku lives to fight another day, and all of a sudden, Sheer Cold looked like they might have been caught with their trousers around their ankles here. They're stuck in a bit of a rough spot, walking into Goku's spam, but it's Apples who goes down. That might just slow this for now.
I don't really think that 0-1 want to take this team fight. I think they're just going to back off. Try and set up for the next one, but how do they set up for the next one? What's exactly their plan? I think what they're going to try and do is probably wait for Apples' minefields and just create some chaos with the minefield, and then maybe Nano Goku. I think that's probably the only way they can really get into this, and they've also got a Valkyrie to help Goku out as well if he wants to go purely deep.
Well, it's the Nano that comes in first. It forces Beat Window Immortality Field out, so I would say a fair trade in Goku's eyes for sure. That's just created so much space, but Apples goes off the map. A coach gun, of all things, takes him off. That hasn't stopped Yubi, though, as he takes out Krandok with that Pulse Bomb, and NKZ is in so much trouble. Deep within enemy territory now, and his Diva mech is completely eviscerated. Avalera goes down, though, and Goku, without his Mercy counterpart, will take out Ange, but it's a trade out, so this is going to be a slow one, and all of a sudden, the time bank has been dwindled down, Ocean.
Yeah, you sometimes see this on King's Row. It's quite a snowballing map, so you kind of maybe get A and get through B pretty easily. But then when you get to point C, as soon as the defense wins the team fight, they cycle ultimates a little bit better and they have some corners to play around. So it can snowball back for the defense as well. It's snowballing on kind of both sides.
Well, Self-Destruct is really well placed there, catches Apples, and that's a disaster for 0-1 Esports, who very much looked like they were in control all map round. Mo will fall as well, so they do get their Orisa back for the Diva. This is going to be very, very difficult to approach now. Overtime will be triggered, though, from 0-1, and the Pulse Bomb's ready to go from Yubi. It's going to take something special, though, as Goku goes down. Traded back is Lusa by 1 on that Baptiste now. No longer on the Ana, so the Nano Boost will not be available, but an Amp Matrix is laying in wait near. Everybody goes down. Maymon has a Pulse Bomb of their own now to get something done, and, well, the dominoes fall apart on third point for 0-1 Esports, and a Pulse Bomb for good measure. Sheer Cold hold on, where it looked really disastrous.
Yeah, better from Sheer Cold on point C. I think that they needed an answer. They really couldn't stand that Reinhardt comp. They went to the Orisa. That ended up being the answer. I didn't like the answer personally, but they made it work, and that's the important thing. They cycled their ultimates really, really well. In that last fight, though, 0-1, I felt they had some tools at the end. They didn't really use them. They had that self-destruct, and they kind of waited until like the last second to kind of pop that. I feel like you could have used that a lot earlier and created some space. I feel like Goku on the floor relies on a lot of space to be had.
Yeah.
And that's either you can either like push NTZ away to try and give Goku more space, or you can launch ultimates in like Minefield. You can maybe even pile drive someone, and that creates a lot of space for Goku, and that's when Goku kind of pops off. And that's why you kind of see 0-1 play the Wrecking Ball a little bit more than heroes like Orisa that you could maybe typically see with for higher levels of play, right? But alas, that's how Sheer Cold held it. It was pretty good for them on point C. And we'll see what they could do on their offense. Now, sticking for the Orisa as well, so they don't want to opt for any Reinhardt. They don't want to opt for any rush compositions with Reinhardt or Winston bases. It's just going to be the Orisa, so they're going to have to play a little bit more patiently. They're going to have to rely on Aski a lot as well. So if Aski wants to redeem himself in this series, the time is now.
It really is all to play for Sheer Cold. To take this to a map 5, to go the distance, they know what they've got to do now. 0-1 Esports thwarted at third point. But this is when Goku's going to be at their most deadly. You've got this big central pillar to play around on this point, and it could be very problematic for Sheer Cold to get on through. And look how tentatively they're approaching this. They're aware that Yubi's on the Sombra as well, which also poses a threat from an off angle. The point is being occupied, and Ange is hacked up. It forces that immortality field to come on out, and whilst everyone's looking away for a split second, Goku claims his first life, taking out Asking there. The Reaper cometh, and his name is Goku. And that's going to slow this down. Imo will fall, though. NKZ really in trouble. Does get away just about. No ticks acquired just yet. Both teams opting for a slower push, wanting to make the space before they take it. And this is pretty good from Sheer Cold, right, Ocean?
Yeah, it's pretty good for them to take the space against the Pharah. The problem is Yubi's been silently building up this EMP.
Yeah, this is dangerous, actually. 82% and counting, and the nano to boot as well from 1. Built that very, very quickly. Maimon goes down, and the nano is applied onto Goku, and 2 + 2 = 4. It's been tried and tested so many times this series. Goku on the nano maybe doesn't get as much as he would like off of it. It forces the EMP out, and Ange is caught with it, but has that Valkyrie already online, so not too bothered about it, and able to keep Lusa up throughout the onslaught that was pushed to him, but it's Goku with the barrage. Very expensive team fight for O1 Esports, but they do come out top trumps.
I don't like the Valkyrie from NJ there at all.
Well, this is, I mean, Avalera goes down, and that's the only ultimate that they had to work with realistically, O1, and Apples goes down as well. Oh, this is all falling apart for O1 when it looked like they managed to just about stabilize. Surely nothing available now for the retake as Bob takes out Goku, and first point going to be occupied.
I'm going to be honest, I thought they had stabilized, particularly when they were playing against the Aristocrat. It should be quite difficult for them to approach, but they got the kill on the Navalera, which means Goku's going to be doing less damage to a 4. It also critically means, so NJ used their Valkyrie in the previous fight, and that meant that there was a speed support ultimate advantage for O1, right? They could use the Valkyrie and kind of set the tempo of the team fight. And you kind of see that with Rally all the time, that you kind of wait out someone else's Rally, then maybe use it to set your tempo when you want to play it. But Navarella really did have that option, but not anymore when they kind of got killed.
Oh, the stick onto 1 there from Maimon, who has woken up now and will be sent straight back to spawn, and the space is made for the resurrect. That's an ultimate change. And that pulse bomb all for naught, really. Goku's in trouble here, though. He was so low when he conk blasted in there. He's got the nano on top of him, of course, now, though. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at the Pharah player as the conk blast comes through to put Crandrop in a spot of trouble and test his resolve. Not to be as the EMP comes on through, and an anti-nade on top of Crandrop. He's in so much trouble. Yubi will fall for the trade of the EMP, and it's not as clean as O1 would like. It's looking a little sketchy. Minefield now down in that choke point will slow down this onslaught ever so slightly as Bob is sent through drive-through style to that window. Been sent in, but nobody following up on Asking's Bob.
And so ANJ was able to find out where Goku was, right? So that means they kind of know where Goku is, and Goku is setting up the barrage. So that's obviously something they were all tracking, and now they know where Goku is and how to deal with it.
Asking's down though. Yubi gets rid of a critical part of the attack, and the dominoes just fall after that. It's literally as easy as so that. Good. When Goku's got free skies, because Asking is down, and it's because of Yubi that makes that space, Goku's so devastating. Asking's actually gone over to the McCree now.
I mean, McCree maybe could get more close-up value, but you're not really going to, maybe go with the Lucio. If you can get close-up and personal, McCree has a lot more value, and then additionally still with hits kind of deal with Goku. But I think if you want to get close and personal, you could maybe play a Winston Rush competition here, but none of these teams have ever really shown that.
Oh my word, Imo, so much danger as Asking goes down immediately. They know the win condition on O1 Esports. The Nano Barrage comes on down, and honestly, maybe not even necessary. Perhaps a little bit of overkill as they go for the Baptiste kill. They take out the Immortality Field, and then consequently, the support as ANJ will fall as well to Goku. Just keeps popping up, doesn't he? Self-destruct? Is certainly optimistic to say the least as the Superchargers lapped in as well from Crandop, but Apples is just mopping up this team fight.
Yeah, nice little bit of tech from Apples on the wrecking ball to get up there, and then hops back down. But it looks like they're going to have to use their tank ultimates a lot here, but not really like set up anything this team fight, but buy time. Because if they can buy time, they can get the Nano Boost online and the Barrage online, and that's probably what they're going to use to win the team fight. So, eyes on the tanks at the start of the fight for O1, and then maybe we can start to look at the DPS.
Self-destruct over the top, and it's good to get ANJ and the Immortality Field out there. That's basically 2 kills when you look at it like that. And everybody from Sheer Cold is corralled into a small room. That's where Imo is going to be charging up their next self-destruct, having just used it already 40%, more or less, to their next one. I mean, O1 Esports are operating at a ridiculous pace at the moment.
We are about to witness one of the biggest shocks we've ever seen in Contenders Trials history. Let's be real. And NKZ is going to get staggered on. This is not good for Sheer Cold.
Yeah, and look at the ultimates from O1 Esports. They've got everything they need to win this next team fight, really, right?
Yeah, Nano Barrage, they got a minefield to potentially make things a little bit more crazy for that Nano Barrage. Asuke's gonna have to come up jumping to a huge Deadeye, and I don't even know if that's even gonna give them anything further in the round. This is really bad for Sheer Cold.
It's desperate hour now, and it's 0-1 Esports who presses Q first. They know that asking is the key to victory, so they send everything and everyone at him. No chance to pop that Deadeye. Disaster strikes. His clock is completely wrong. Asking can't come up with the question or the answer here, and it's 0-1 Esports who look oh so good on this Barra composition. The pulse bomb in on top of Krandov, and Apples does fall, but it's going to take so much more to turn this team fight on its head. Maimon does not have that recall now. The Immortality Field in absolute desperation. The reinforcements are here. And perhaps when Esports have used their hand a little early here, this might be desperate. The High Noon does take out Apples, and no Resurrect is available when all look lost. Sheer Cold come up with the goods and get 2 kills here, Ocean.
I think they can do it. They've now got a lot of room. Goku's been forced out to this far side and can't really spam too much. Now he has to get up close and personal, and that's not going to work well for Afara.
Oh my goodness, they've done it right at the death, and I don't think 0-1 are even going to attempt to contest this here. Look how far up Asking is pushed just to secure that cap.
I actually want to add, look at the ultimates for Sheer Cold. They can turn this around into a map win. They got both tank ultimates, right? They got a starting barrier to desperately get them into a team fight if they need to approach a little bit stronger with the Orisa. And then, of course, the DPS have ultimates as well. It could be a 6-pack of ultimates here. If 0-1 are going to do anything now, it has to be on the back of Goku.
Well, they go for it, and it's just the Immortality Field to speak of. Imo probably using that a little bit early. I know they want to initiate fast, but there we go. The Baby Diva taking out the High Noon and the self-destruct sent at Goku. It's all kicking off, but the Resurrect comes through. The flashbang. Wait, Asking uncharacteristically missing the head of one there and being taken out by Yubi, who comes straight to the aid of his Ana. This has all fallen apart. The amplification matrix still to speak of for Sheer Cold, though.
It's going to be on the supercharger, really, isn't it? They lost the other 4 ultimates, and Goku still has the barrage.
Okay, they're pushing the payload, but it really is Last Chance Saloon now. The Nano Barrage is on, the minefield is here, but we know what happened last time this came in. Mo loses his mech, and Apples just dies out of absolutely nowhere. They can't deal with it. The Nano Barrage gets nothing, and it's disaster hour for 0-1 Esports. Surely we're going to a map 5 now. Apples resurrected up, but it's all just to stall, to buy some time for the heroics of the defensive DPS to get something done. No chance, no way, say Sheer Cold. They're not out of it yet.
Have I just watched? We were on the brink of saying one of the biggest upsets I've ever seen in Contenders Trials. And now we're going to a map 5 of this crazy series. There's really no other words to describe it, so I'm just going to say it over and over and over again. We're going to a map 5. Sheer Cold somehow bring that back. And maybe you can say, right, that is Sheer Cold getting into gear, but honestly, maybe that's a winning mentality thing, right? This Sheer Cold have been top level of EU for so long. They know they were going to get quite a lot of talk about them if they kind of lost that game. They need to get back into it. They do get back into it. A little bit of a miracle they won those 2 team fights. They got those 2 points, but they did it. That's what matters. We're going to map 5.
We certainly are. We're going to head to a short break before we do go there, just to give the teams a moment's reprise to think about how they're going to approach this. So 0-1 Esports map pick for this final map, though. Can they get the upset? Find out after this. It's all on the line, and it's really gone the distance here between Sheer Cold and O1 Esports. I'm Simbabble, joined by Ocean. Of course, you've been here through it all with us, and what on earth happened on King's Row, Ocean? Break it down for us, if you're able to.
I don't think I am. Maybe should we start from the start of the series here, because we're about to go to our conclusion, right?
Let's do it.
Map 1, Sheer Cold. You know, they're the favourites to win this. So they're favourites to, you know, go unbeaten in trials. We want to see what they could do in Contenders. That was a narrative that we had set up for this series. Things got a little bit dicey for Sheer Cold, but they still took map 1, right? That was the important thing. They got the chaotic map out of the way. We go to Sky Industries next, and let's be real. O1 were pretty good. They had a pretty good game plan. They were pretty well set up for Sky Industries, but let's be real, Sheer Cold were pretty bad. Like, their defense on Sky Industries both times around was pretty terrible. And then we move on to Havana, where we have O1's storming offense, but then we also see a weird composition switch from Sheer Cold, where they go for the Baptiste and Yatza, and now Valera, the main support on O1, is just able to control the pace of their defense, and that's O1 in the lead. O1, one map away from completing the biggest shock in Contenders trials we've ever seen. They are one team fight away from winning on King's Row. They have all the ultimates they need to, and somehow, I have no clue how Sheer Cold win it. But, like, seriously, if you're just tuning in now, at the end of this series, go back and watch King's Row. Just the end of King's Row. I've never seen anything like it.
No, not at all. But it is O1's map pick, and they are going to Ilios, a famously good map for, and I think I need to put a dollar in a jar each time I've said his name. Good map for Goku here, if we go to Ilios, which we are.
Yeah, we're going to go to Ilios, a map known for Fora. But honestly, we kind of have to say that, you know, Goku got a lot of value in map 1, map 2, didn't play map 3 where O1 won as well. King's Row, towards the end of King's Row, Goku was losing their value a bit. Goku should have won King's Row for O1. We should be sitting interviewing an O1 player right now. That didn't happen. And now you kind of have to wonder, Ilios, yeah, it's a great power map. Yeah, they're probably going to keep Goku in for any of the control maps, but putting this much resources into Goku when he's kind of being nullified, is that the right idea? I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, they've been rocking with Goku on the floor the entire year, so yeah, they probably want to invest in that and keep going with it, but just little questions are going around in my head right now.
Yeah, the thing is, he was only stifled for 2 team fights. It's just unfortunate that they were the 2 ending team fights that won Sheer Cold King's Row, that brought us here to Ilios. It's all on the line. Glory, bragging rights, and the lot for both of these teams. Sheer Cold series to lose, and O1 Esports series to walk away. Absolutely, or questionably, the best team to come out of Contenders trials.
Yeah. Well, Sheer Cold have been the top 6 team in Europe for 2 years, right? We've emphasized this over the course of this series because it is so important. O1, I don't think they've ever been in Contenders, right? They've won an Open Division 3 times, but I don't think they've ever been in Contenders. This is a landmark moment for them and their history. Goku gonna be on the far, Asuki go over to the soldier. That's so important. If Asuki went on the far there, I'd be so concerned because we saw it earlier in the series. Asuki's far is not up to task here. Asuki's a great player, but should be on those hit scan heroes.
Yeah, and immediately, Goku's got a duck and cover from that spam coming in from Asking, and that's all you can ask for from him, realistically, right at the beginning of this fight. Goku, however, is trying to maneuver his way around this right-hand side, and it's just going to be devastation. All the while, Cramdrop's actually taking a pounding off-screen, and as that goes in, Goku conk blasts and gets right on top of the Soldier 76. Runs away, but all of the space is taken now for O1 Esports, and they take the first point.
Well, Goku was a monster on an open map without natural cover in the air on Sky Industries. Here on Ilios, he's got 2 massive towers and wells and everything to play around, right? So Goku's got a lot of just natural cover to play around. Goku's probably going to be unleashed here on Ilios as well.
Apples is so low. Apples is so very low. Yubi's forced to recall as well, and Apples running away with his tail between his legs. Will go down eventually, and the D-Mech onto Mo. So this is looking good for Sheer Cold. They're going to be able to finally step a foot on the point, and with that nano visor, it's just complete and utter anarchy for Sheer Cold, and they flip it over. Not much gain from O1, in fact.
But they use the nano visor, right? They use both of those ultimates that are probably going to be key to stopping Goku taking space at the far, right? We know how it's difficult to take space from the far, but easier to control it. Now that Goku's going to have a little bit more leeway to work with here, close to the barrage as well. So that's going to be really what O1 are going to try and set up here.
God, Cran Drop again, like these Wrecking Balls are taking an absolute beating in this series. They've just been pillar to post, absolutely bullied. And look at this barrage position, indeed. Goku and the Pulse Bomb sent wide from Maymon there and doesn't trade Goku out. Navalera, however, will fall, so this is still 5v5, and Goku's going to have to be a little bit more careful with his with his Mercy missing. Yeah, there we see Maymon take him down. All the while, though, O1 Esports cleaning up. Yubi good for 2 there. The beat comes in for good measure as the flip is through.
This is so weird. Like O1, I would have thought they would have rocked with the Honor here because this is such a good farm. I'm putting maybe like, even resources like Nano Boost onto Goku, but no. And another thing we have to draw attention to is the Divas here. What are the traces of the Divas doing right now? Because those are pivotal right now as well. Because the Divas need to get on top of Asking or Goku, depending on what team they're on. And the Tracers need to force out the Divas. So how has that matchup been going? It's been pretty neutral so far.
Oh, good bit of cute tech to get Yubi over the top, but a Helix Rocket finishes him off. ANJ will fall though, and O1 Esports still very much in the driver's seat of this team fight. They've suffered some casualties, but when all is said and done, they're looking rosy here. Oh.
No, another question has to be there. Does Sheercold need to maybe not play the hit scan to counteract the fire? Do they need to try rush cards? Do they need to try something different? Go for something different. But the question is, if you do play rush, who do you target here? Oh no, one. I mean, it's probably one, and you try to isolate them with the Sombra and get hack, or even isolate apples. That's probably the best way to do it. But Aski hasn't got enough value to say, okay, let's take the 1v1 Goku versus Aski. It's been Goku's way most of this series.
Yeah, and this, I mean, the beads of sweat you can only imagine are appearing now as Yubi drops the Pulse Bomb in and takes down Lucer. The Resurrect presumably gonna come on through, but Mo takes out Ange, and Goku gets the better of what should be countering him. A barrage now from Goku, and it's so much damage to deal with here. The self-destruct and the remake takes out one, but it's a lone Diva on the point for now. The Wrecking Ball comes on through in Cran Drop, but I mean, it's gonna take a small miracle to turn this on its head. Sheercold have done it before, but they've got to come up with the goods again. The Lucio, the Boostio comes on through, and if that isn't desperate, I don't know what is. It's literally battle stations and Stall City over here for Sheercold as AMJ on this. Lucio is still alive, but the overtime is ticking away. One momentary step off the point could signal the end of well, and this is just complete evisceration from Goku now, who's free as a bird in the skies to rain terror from above.
This is absolutely crazy, Bubble. This is absolutely crazy. I still cannot understand how surprised. I had Sheercold 3-0 to win this, right? They've been around so long that these players are so experienced that, you know, a team that constantly runs Pharah or a team that constantly one-tricks competition shouldn't be a problem for them. They are so experienced. They've been around the scene for so long. At 0-1 today have been absolutely magnificent. Sheercold on the maps they've won, and they've really nailed down when they've needed to, have been excellent as well. But Sheercold we expect better from. 0-1 today have been absolutely magnificent. Now, this map, you can kind of say far isn't as good. It's very open. Yeah, you've got the kind of pillars to play around, but you also got a lot more spaces for heroes like Widowmaker and McCree, which means Asking should theoretically have a better time. And ANJ, I suspect, will be giving a lot of resources over to the hit scan over on Sheercold.
You sure hope so, with Asking now having expended Widowmaker, McCree, Soldier, and Ash all the way through this series to try and come up with an answer to the DPS of O1 Esports, but Yubi draws first blood there and takes out Asking. Navalera traded back accordingly, and this is just an absolute slugfest of both teams biting chunks out of each other. It seems when all the dust is settled that O1 are on top. It's going to take a little bit more to secure this point. The recall comes through for Maymon, and he may escape with his life, but only just. Point still not quite in control of O1, but soon to be surely.
Yeah, you know what? Earlier we were kind of saying that Anubis is the better wrecking ball, and kind of probably is the better wrecking ball, but Apples kind of nullifying that matchup again, right? I think Apples and Crandall have kind of been getting even value across the series, and I think that's something to be noted. Crandall's a very experienced main tank. Apples not usually playing the main tank role, but playing the main tank role with this team. Pretty impressive for them to be able to kind of go head-to-head with Grandop, who's been around the Tier 2 scene for an extremely long time.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. There's a flank from Maymon. but no pulse bomb to speak of. But the pile driver comes in from them, and Sheer Cold they're the ones who are feeling the heat. They see that there are two players flanking them from behind, and they're not bothered. They're just going to keep on pushing. The beat, however, from one doesn't save Navalera. So Goku's got to be careful as soon as this sound barrier is stripped away from him. Sheer Cold have opened the door ever so slightly with Crandop finding one. No supports remaining, but it's going to be a slow push from Asking as the minefield from Apples is just going to keep this going as long as they can. But when esports get a hefty 50%.
I think they're just going to try as much percentage as possible.
Yeah. Well, this is high noon out as well. Apples falls to as expected, to be fair, as Navalera goes down as well. It's just picking up the pieces at this point. 62% and a Deadeye expended there, just in the stall phase.
Yeah, realistically, Goku has the barrage. You're not going to be able to set up a barrage onto the backline here. It's such a distance to travel where Aski's going to have an open sight line on you. NKZ's probably going to throw a self-destruct at you if Sheer Cold learn from their mistakes on previous maps, or just matrix Asking and put so much pressure that way. But it's really difficult for Goku to set this up. It's maybe going to have to be Immo and Apple to create space for it.
Bap window's used, but there's so much pressure. Navalera goes down early though, and Goku's just a sitting duck at that point. Oh my word, so low. Asking so low. The micro missiles from a distance, in fact, do finish him off, and the numbers just aren't there to win this for 0-1 currently. The stick comes through onto Crandop, and not sure I like that very much coming out from UB. And it's closing in a little bit. Sheer Cold look like they've sorted this out.
Yeah, again, they kept the self-destruct as well. They kept pulse bombs, so they can maybe go for the backline with Wilmamon as Goku tries to engage as well. It really is all on tempo setting here, and I really don't think O1 have the tools to do it.
UB gets a kill though. Maimon falls. ANJ does get the resurrect. That is such an important resurrect, I think. But Maimon goes down again. He's so deep. He gets completely punished even after the resurrect. Self-destruct now comes over the top from NKZ, but nets some very, very little here as ultimates thrown to the wind for Sheer Cold. Mine's on the point, but they don't get the stall, and O1 flipped the point. That's certainly not how Sheer Cold wanted that to go. Self-destruct as Mo senses blood in the water, and they want to keep pushing this. They want to try and get as many kills as they humanly can. The flip might come back through though. Oh my word, there's still players from Sheer Cold on this point, and this is just, the longer this fight goes on, the more disastrous this is for Sheer Cold. Barros comes down, Goku gets a kill, the beat comes down as well. They think they've won it. O1 have done it. They get to 86%, and this is disastrous for Sheer Cold.
Sheer Cold needed to back out of that fight. It wasn't winnable. I don't know why they invested in it. It's again all over to Asking with the Deadeye. It's the only way that Sheer Cold get back into this. If they can even touch.
Who touches this? Okay, there is a touch had. Tracer presumably getting on that Maimon. This is going to be a tall order for Sheer Cold now. Very few ultimates to speak of. Asking's in trouble. He gets stuck. The High Noon is completely kaput as UB finds another kill. He's been overshadowed by Goku this series long, but no longer will he be silenced as the backline absolutely eviscerated by the Pharah now. It's disastrous for Sheer Cold. The champions of old are ushered in the new era. O1 Esports seemingly have taken the mantle up, and they've done it. They've caused the upset, where Maimon goes down and O1 Esports prove that they are number one.
I am so startled. I disbelief at what has just happened. This is a magical moment in European Contenders history, realistically. Sheer Cold, you know, they're a team with such pedigree. I don't expect them to lose this. Or maybe it's just a question of O1, they're stepping up. They see a big team and they want to take names. They want to prove that they can be a Contenders team and stay in Contenders. Well, it might be possible because that was a beautiful win over Sheer Cold. If you told me this morning that 0-1 we're gonna 3-2 Sheer Cold, I wouldn't have believed you. I would have given you a nice little slap on the chin, right? That should never. I'm amazed right now, and I think they deserved it realistically. Not just 0-1 winning. I think they played really well. They won, but I think Sheer Cold a number of times today weren't good enough. They weren't the Sheer Cold that they should be. In particular, on Volsky Industries, I think they were really horrible on Volsky Industries. Yeah, that's a harsh word to use, but they weren't good at all, particularly on defense. And Ilios Ruins, that's one of the maps that you should be favored there. Hit scans have always been iconic on Ilios Ruins, and for Goku to get that much value, it should never happen.
Well, disaster really strikes for Sheer Cole, but I can only imagine the comms of O1 Esports. We're going to take a look at what one of the players from O1 has to say about this just on the other side of this break. We'll see you then. Welcome back. We do have the big brain behind the victory with us here now. IQB on the mic. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Congratulations on what was an incredible win, realistically.
Thank you.
Coming into the series, what were your expectations? Were you... I mean, you never go into a series thinking you're going to lose, but, I mean, what were the goals going into this one?
Goals were to sort of play the first few maps. We didn't really know what they were going to play, whether they were going to try like hard counter, if they were going to play like a normal meta that they would play versus other teams, or if they would try like mirrors but play like an echo that normally some teams do. So the first few maps was literally just downloading them, trying to figure out what they were playing. And we were surprised how close the first map was on Oasis. But after that, we sort of picked apart their like weaknesses, what they struggle against, certain playstyles, because we can switch it up. We don't have to play the same playstyle. And usually, you'll see we pick the Lucy or the Anna depending on that playstyle. And then once we figured it out, we just rolled from there, and it worked.
Yeah, it did.
Also, I actually want to ask a question about your main support player, Navalera, or formerly known as Levitate. I think
Levitate, yeah.
There. Levitate can play all three of like the main sports extremely well. Gita, Lucy, or Mercy can set tempo extremely well on all three of those main sports. How critical is it on a team with a more unique playstyle to have a main sport that could do that?
I'd say, especially with the comp that we play, a lot of the times the Mercy is like the easiest target to kill for the enemy team. So just having a Mercy player who, he's always super jumping all over the place. He's done that practice. Yeah. I've even seen him do it like mid-air as well, so he's got that on lock. And honestly, that's like the first step. And then he has like good ult tracking, which is something this team didn't have before. So this has been like vital for me as a coach as well to coach the team, because how can I coach the team if they don't know what ults are happening in each fight? So Levitate has been vital for this team's performance in the last week. So shout out to him.
Okay, so I have a question. So Sheer Cold, a lot of people were kind of expecting them to win this series, right? This is kind of a double-ended question. So the first question was, did you expect a little bit more from Sheer Cold? And then the second question to that is, now that you've competed with Sheer Cold, how do you think you could compete with other Contenders teams?
Yeah, I was actually thinking this mid-official as well. So I think they didn't play as well as I expected. But that means like next time if we do play them, they're going to go a lot harder for sure. I know that. Going into the Contender season next season, I feel like a lot of the opponents are going to be, well, they drop to trials, right? So I'm assuming there's going to be like some similar level players and teams in there, but then there's going to be like a class above, which is like, your BH, your Falcons, which I'm really excited to play, because we don't get that much scrim time. This team doesn't, because of players' availability. So I'm just excited to see the level of play, the comps that people create against us, and then how we can, again, like I said before, download it and then counter it back into them. That's what I'm really excited to see, but definitely it's going to be more difficult.
Awesome. I love those answers. I love the fact that we got to have you on NPL, so we can talk a little bit behind the scenes for a while. Awesome to talk to you, IQB. Sabat, would you have anything to add?
No, just big congratulations. I mean, we were casting it, and each time we threw to break, we couldn't believe what was happening. Like, we were talking in production, we were like, "What's going on?" So I can only imagine what you were talking with the players about in between maps and stuff. It must have been an absolutely crazy atmosphere. Just congratulations, man. That must have been cool.
Thank you so much.
Anything from you, Ocean, to wrap us up before we end here?
Just too many shout-outs to give out, IQB. I know you've been around the scene for a while. I might want to thank some people.
Yeah. Let's pull out the paper list here. I've got about 50 people now, joking. I want to shout out first of all Skeng1. Skeng, he is peng, alright? But also he's an amazing manager.
Skeng is peng.
This guy, like, one of my weaknesses, right? Is like keeping the players motivated, because I suffer that from like that type of weakness myself, keeping myself motivated. Skeng always knows when he needs to talk, and I don't see a lot of managers do this, but he picks up the atmosphere more than any manager I've ever been with before. So my shout is literally just gonna be with Skeng, because he keeps everyone motivated, he keeps everyone happy when we go down, and then that inspires me in turn to keep trying hard and keep working, keep trying to figure out solutions, and that's how we're winning some of these games, from literally from Skeng, which awesome. I haven't seen before, so I want to shout Skeng.
And there we go, a look behind the scenes for 01 Esports in a massive victory over Sheer Cold tonight. IQB, thank you so much for joining us, but that is about going to wrap us up tonight. Any closing thoughts from you, Ocean, before we head on out?
I just can't believe what we've witnessed. Awesome victory for 01. Sheercool, yeah, I think they did drop the ball a bit, but I think we have to give credit to one. And, the early area was surprisingly close as well. So, yeah, been a great night of Contenders Trials.
Ocean and I will be back tomorrow with more Contenders Trials
You're not
action.
with me tomorrow, by the way.
Me?
I'm breaking up with you, mate. You're not with me tomorrow.
Oh no.
You've got Ultras in tomorrow.
I will be back tomorrow casting some more Contenders Trials, so make sure you stay tuned for that tomorrow. But that's going to wrap it up for us tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Take care and good night.